Hello. Thank you if anyone is waiting, and thank you very much to people watching the VOD. I know, pretty sure at least one person will be, because this morning we are going to start off the stream. Well, firstly, I'm going to lay out the plan for what we got going, but after that, we are going to do a first for the stream. Going to turn the music down first of all. We are going to look at a pull request that came into the library. One of the viewers, a new viewer from the last session, took an interest in the library we're working on, and actually took time out of his day to write a pull request, write an addition to the LocalBoast library, and I've had a look at it. Seems pretty good, and we've got a few changes, a few comments going up on the GitHub, and we're gonna have a look at that, and I'm gonna explain my reasoning, and we're gonna implement some of those changes. So let's go to our top-down camera, and we'll lay out a plan for the day. Okay. So is last week's on Monday's plan. I think we got through some of that. Maybe some of it. Okay. Plan for today. First things first. Move the mic into position. Second things first. We're going to look at review for a user's pull request. We're going to look into that. Then I need to look at my list because I made a separate list. Right. I want to look at doing a use size hook into the LocalBoast library. The reason for that is going to become relevant. It's going to become clear sooner or later, because basically what I want that hook use size to be is basically just a way for any component to know how big a particular HTML element is at a given time. So it's going to need a resize listener and just a really simple interface of just you call this use size thing, probably give it a div, or you give it a ref, or maybe it'll give back a ref, and it'll just say at any given time what the dimensions are of that component. And that's going to be really necessary for some other things we're working on today. So back to our top down. So another thing we're going to be looking back into is our Etch-a-Sketch. Etch-a-Sketch. Because there's an issue with it. I'm way over to the left, I'm aware. I've got all this crap on the left side of my desk. We'll deal with it. We're going to be looking at resizing the SVG inside. And I guess I could very quickly show what I mean by that and why that is a problem. So swap over here. LocalHost 9999. So here's our Etch-a-Sketch bot. This is what we've been working on and off the last few sessions. And so one thing that I think I could actually be wrong. I might actually be wrong with that. I was thinking that there was some rendering issues going on because this whole middle section here is just one big SVG that's getting stretched. And I was thinking that the content inside of it was getting stretched, but it doesn't actually seem to be. So that's something I might still look into, is automatically resizing the SVG dimensions so that it's not getting stretched, but it doesn't actually seem to be that necessary right now. But still want to play around with it. So back to our plan. I do want to revisit our dark mode toggle. Because I had a bit of a brainstorm, a bit of an idea of what we can do with it instead of what we've been doing. What we've been doing is something real ugly and probably stupid. And I guess I'll switch back over. I'm doing a lot more scene switching here than I expect it to be. So for context, This is our homepage. It's beautiful, I'm aware. This is the current state of the dark mode, light mode toggle. Ooh. It's doing something, right? You can kind of see where I'm going with it. Where it's not just easing between one and the other, it's like actually being able to do a cutout, a transition, a crossfade or a swipe, or the ellipse opening up to reveal the other part to it. And the way I've been doing it so far is definitely not good. It's definitely not the way we want to go about it. I've got it happening by having a filter layer on top that's inverting all the colors, and then I'm cutting out that filter layer with an SVG. And it was a fine proof of concept, but it was way too problematic in the form of it inverting things that it shouldn't be inverting, such as the logo turning orange and blue, as well as just a bunch of other things like needing ad hoc classes all over the place for it to ever actually be even remotely functional. So I have a new plan. I have no idea if it's going to work. I did a bit of Googling last night and it seems like it might. But basically, we're going to have 2 instances of the entire DOM for just a second. That's a bit of a spoiler. But hopefully it amounts to something. I think it might do. That's my hope. So, we've got those. And then as part of that, basically I want to get a proof of concept in there for overlaying. Shift that over. I want to get a proof of concept there for overlaying the new implementation of the dark mode, light mode toggle. And it's still going to be using that SVG cutout idea. But a problem with the SVG is that one definitely is stretching. The thing that I was saying earlier about having the SVG inside the Etch-a-Sketch distorting the contents when the container changes size, that is definitely happening. Because when I was previewing the light mode, dark mode toggle there, the cutout was a big wide oval and it's meant to be a perfect circle. But it's simply because the aspect ratio of the screen is stretched, it's stretching the contents, and we don't want that to happen. So for that, I am going to be using the use size hook that we're going to be writing today. And that way, hopefully the cutout, it won't just be a stretched SVG. It'll be an SVG that perfectly fits the screen and has no stretching, I hope. Because I'm doing a lot of stuff with SVGs these days, and it's really not in my wheelhouse. So I need to actually write that down. SVG overlay. Oh my goodness. Resizing. If any of you can read this, you get nothing. Nothing at all. I have nothing to give you, but I respect the hell out of you. Cool. So that's our plan. Let's get on with it. And hit the mic as we do it. So, first things first. Need to turn up this music. He says as the song ends. Okay. So, take you over here. Sorry, I just need to resize my windows a little bit. OBS keeps doing this lovely thing where it says it's windowed, but the top bar goes off the screen, so I have no way to control the size of the window. I love it. Goddamn. Stream is not over. Stream is not over. I'm a professional Twitch streamer. Do not pay attention to that. Okay. Freak out over. We're good. We're back. Laptop screen. Here we go. And this music is too loud. Oh. Cool. So, what our lovely viewer by the name of Andrew Doodoo has done, he's gone ahead and contributed to the LocalBoast library. Because what we talked about the other day, last time on stream, we were playing around with the Etch-a-Sketch component. I was explaining how the WebSocket stuff works, how the bot connects and disconnects, and he asked a great question of does it do any retrying if the server, if the connection to the IRC disconnects even momentarily? Do you just get booted out and do you stay out? And I didn't have a great answer because I hadn't really thought that far. It had no retry strategy. So basically, as soon as the stream ended, he seems to have gone digging into the code, tried it out locally, and has added a pull request. So he's basically what he's done is at one point, if I expand this, you can see that there's just a callback that if the socket closes for whatever reason, we were setting the local states of joined to false, and the joining also, just in case we're in the middle of loading, set that to false. And what he's done is adding a bit of code to see if we are currently joined, as in the game, the Etch-a-Sketch component thinks that it is in a game and has a connection, but the connection closes, then to try a retry in the form of setting a timeout of 5 seconds and then just calling this connect function recursively. And it makes sense, makes perfect sense to me. There are a few issues with it, and which we're going to be going through and implementing today. But like I'm more familiar with GitHub when there are branches being done on a single repository. So like this is a branch from his forked version of my repo coming in here. So I can't run his locally without cloning his repo, and also being able to like suggest changes here would be a slow process, and I'd have to like suggest that he make changes on his repo, or I would have to pull request into his repo, which has a branch pull requesting into mine. Basically, there'd be like a lot of steps required to do like a more formal back and forth review process. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to merge these changes. Like once I've gone through the review and laid out what changes need to be done, I'm going to merge it and then change it on my end, just to make sure that the master branch very quickly gets updated with the required changes. So I left a few comments saying what needs to be done, and I'm just going to talk through them, sort of rubber duck it for myself, and also give a bit of an insight into my review process and like why certain things matter to me. So first thing, I should I have the code up next to it? Would that make sense? So can I hide the review comments? Don't think so. Show comments. Show comments. Okay. So there's the diff. And my review. Right. So the first thing that I pointed out is something that definitely, if you are not that familiar with React, or even particular aspects of React in the form of like React hooks, which is the current standard for React, but has only been that way for like 3 years maybe. There's still a lot of nuance there and awkwardness, things that you would easily miss. Like this seems to make sense until I run it locally, and if I get rid of my changes that I've made. Yeah, so if I have these changes locally, it seems to make sense until I notice that there's an error on the page, and I scroll all the way down here, and I see that I'm getting a linter warning that there's a missing dependency of joined. So I actually missed this issue until I saw this this linter warning. So missing dependencies are really hard to see, especially in a big function like this. And the reason this is such a big function, it's kind of gross, but it's purely just code that I adapted from the Node implementation on the Twitch docs forum on their developer help site. I adapted it into a React hook, which is why it's not really best practice and has like a bunch of different callbacks to find in there. I basically just wanted something that worked. Yeah, so being able to see a missing dependency can be real hard in a big function like this. But basically, I explained it in my review, what's actually happening here. So this value being referenced in here, joined, it makes sense that we're trying to check it. It's some local state that we've got. We're seeing if joined is true, as in if the code has previously set that we are joined, meaning that we've gone through to the play step, we have gotten through all the authentication, we've provided a Twitch channel, and we've started the IRC connection, and we have succeeded. We are now joined. If the app thinks that we are in that state, and that's what it's checking here, if joined, and we are now closed, set a timeout to restart it. But the problem with that is, with the way React hooks work, and especially in this case where this whole function is being defined within a use callback, the entire contents of this use callback function have a closure wrapped around them, which means that all of the values in here have the value, will always have the value that they have at the time of this function being evaluated. So I think I explained it more clearly in here. So this joined value is coming from a call to use state, and it'll update whenever we call set joined. Right, that's a piece that I forgot to mention clearly, is that joined is coming from a call to use state, which is React's way of persisting some value and allowing us to update that value, causing a re-render and causing the UI to update after this value updates. And so that's why we're persisting it in state. And whenever we successfully join, we call set joined and make this value true. Now, by referencing joined inside the use callback, like I said, it's putting a closure around all this stuff. So when this component first mounts, joined is going to be false. Then we're defining this function with the value of joined being false. Now that function will always have joined being false because it's made a closure around it. I think I understand closures anyway. I'm using the word a lot. But so basically this value joined will always be false because our value for this callback function was defined at a time when joined was false. So React has a solution for that. When they brought out these React hooks, when they introduced use callback, basically all of these functions have a thing. Can I close this? I thought VS Code would allow me to collapse this function. But anyway, if I go to the end of where this callback is defined, down where this error is happening, this warning rather, we're seeing an empty array. Now that array is called the dependencies array, where we can provide values that will cause the function to reevaluate. So basically this exact requirement that we have, where we have a value that's changing, which is becoming stale in our older reference. So we could put in joined in here. Now this would be like the most by the book version of doing this, that like, okay, yeah, perfect. This value is changeable. Therefore, if you need to reference it inside the function, you put it in the dependencies array. Sorry for hitting the mic again. You put it in the dependencies array like this. Now, whenever joined becomes true or is true and becomes false, this function will reevaluate with the new value for joined. So that by itself should work. It's as simple as that, putting it into the dependencies array. However, there's a thing that I'm doing with my whole library here, where I'm trying to make these components as flexible and as usable as possible as a public API for other apps. And a problem with having joined in the dependencies array is basically the thing that it's solving of reevaluating the function every time it changes is itself potentially a problem. Because that means that whenever we call joined, or whenever we set joined to be a new value, this function, our thing that we've called connect IRC, this will get a new value. And that's fine technically, but it does mean that anywhere that's calling use Twitch chatbot, they might expect the connect IRC function that's being returned from that to be a safe reference that they can pass around their app. You know, memoize other things, make sure that this function only runs the first time it's defined, which is probably a naive assumption, but I like to have things like callbacks defined once and they work once. Defined once and they will always work no matter what the contents of it, no matter how much the values referenced inside of it change. I don't like having callbacks redefined constantly because I think it just makes for a clunkier API. So one way that I've proposed fixing this, here was it. One way to fix this is by adding join to the dependencies array. The problem with this above solution is it creates a new instance of our callback every time joined changes, which I don't like to have as an API. So for that reason, I propose referencing this joined value through a useRef call. I'm a big fan of useRef. I will make a whole video about it on my YouTube channel to explain my love affair with useRef and the custom hook that I've written around it. But it's like, I think I love it too much. I depend on it too much. And previous coworkers have even called me out on it and said, we kind of need to move away from this. It's uglier. It's less clear, but it just gets you out of so many problems. And so I'm just going to use it now as well to solve this problem. So basically with a ref, we could do it like this. Basically, we could say joined ref equals use ref and give it joined. And what ref is it's just a single instance of an object that has a current value. And that current value can be anything. So we can see the type of it, hopefully. It returns a mutable ref object. And in this case, it's of type Boolean because we were giving it a Boolean, but it could be anything. And the way joined ref works is we can now reference, like joined ref is a fixed reference. That'll always be the same, this entire component's lifecycle. But the value of current, the .current value, can change at any time. We can update this whenever we want. It can be read at any time. This thing is changeable despite the outer ref not being changeable. And the nice thing about that is that we can use this ref value inside of the callback function. So here where we're saying if joined, we can instead say joined ref.current. And now we're not hurting our memoization by having another dependency in here. So down here where we've got our dependency array, we can get rid of that. We're no longer getting a warning because we're not using a changeable outside value. The only outside value we're using here is our joined ref. Where is that used? Joined ref. I have lost it. Joined ref. Because this joined ref object is consistent. It's going to be the same instance, the same reference for this component's entire lifecycle. And that does not mean that the current value will be. So we can change this current value at any time within the component's lifecycle. And then whenever this component runs, or whenever this callback runs, it will check the .current value. So this is how we can get an up-to-date value for this outside value within our callback without having to redefine the entire callback function. So there's one more thing required to get this ref to work, is that useRef, by giving it this joined value, that's only sorting it out for the first render. Basically the useRef function runs, and this is the initial value. But if joined updates now, joined ref.current will not automatically update. We will have to do another solution, like add a use effect, give it joined, or just give it no dependencies array so it runs every render, and set joined ref.current equals joined. So this is one thing we could do, and this is a solution that I really like. Basically what happens here is that we've defined our ref, we've given it a starting value of the thing we want the ref to reference, and then we've created a use effect to make sure that any time this joined value changes, and this dependency array is the exact same in use effect as it is in use callback. Basically we're saying, here's a function and I want you to rerun this anytime any one of these values changes. And so anytime joined changes, this function will run again and it will update the value of joined ref.current to be the newest value for joined. And that way we can safely reference joined ref.current in here and always assume that it'll have the most up-to-date value for this local state. and we're all happy. So the one final addition on top of this that I will suggest is using my custom hook. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to undo all these changes. And I'm just going to merge the PR so that I can pull it and add on top of it rather than implement before I merge the PR and risk losing Andrew's contributions. So just going to leave a quick review. I've left a few suggestions of things that I'd like to add. I'll be working through these on stream, so feel free to watch the VOD for my explanation of the changes. And for contributing this. For the most part, it seems to work real well. Cool. So I'm gonna approve that and merge it. Hopefully it allows me. Nice. So I've merged into library. I'm just going to pull those changes. Sweet. Okay, so now we have Andrew's changes in here, and now I can start building on top of them. So what I'm going to do, what I showed there was using React's useRef function. But one drawback I have with that is that every time you want to do that system of having a ref that gets updated by a use effect that you can reference inside of a callback, you basically have to do all those steps each time. So what I've done inside of LocalBoast is to have a function called useUpdatingRef that just wraps all of that logic. I'll show you the code for it. useUpdatingRef. And this is it. This is all it's doing. It's a real simple function, a real simple hook that just wraps some of that reusable logic. And it's as simple as you give it a value, and that is passed into the useRef call as the initial value, and it also creates a use effect that updates the ref to whatever the latest up-to-date value is for the passed in value. And this is just real simple, real basic, but it does just mean that we don't have to write that use effect every time. So we can say, this time around, we can cut out a step, and we can say joined ref equals useUpdatingRef, and give it joined. And now, there we go. We're done. Joined ref will be a React mutable ref that has a current value that always points to the latest up-to-date value for joined. So now down here, I can say if joined ref.current. Awesome. There is one drawback to using updating ref, is that down here, there is a warning in the console. There's a warning from the linter because this ESLint rule, React hooks exhaustive depths, it has an exception in place because it knows that the return value from useRef calls are not mutable or immutable. It knows that they're fixed references, so it knows that it doesn't need to call them out if they're not included in the dependencies array. But it doesn't have that exception in place for useUpdatingRef. Even though it's returning the value of a useRef call, you can see that this value being returned, it's never anything other than the value of a useRef call. But it just doesn't have that rule in place. I think it would be great if I could eventually figure out how to make that not error out like this. But basically, to make this warning not appear, we just have to stick our ref value in there. It doesn't hurt performance, or at least it shouldn't, because this joined ref is only defined once, so this will never update. Therefore, the dependencies array will never trigger any updates to the callback. I think the only possibility of a slight performance hitch is that every time this component renders, it will see a dependency, and React will have to check, does previous value equal current value? No? Okay, then skip. It'll have to do that condition every time, which is unfortunate, but it's like really, really minor. So yeah, eventually I'd love to be able to not have to pass that in there. But that's where we're at right now. So that's the first change I wanted to make, is to actually, it's like the only one that I would call a bug. It's basically having that joined check in there wasn't working because it was always going to be false. So now it does work. It'll actually say whether or not the local state for joined is true or false. So we'll look at the next suggestion I made. Where was that window? There it is. Okay. So the next suggestion I made is the issue around set timeouts. So you can see in his code, previously it was just, if we get to this point, just clear state, set join false and joining false. And I'll make this a bit bigger, I know, because contrast is kind of hard on GitHub. So what is happening here now is, if we get to the point that we do want to do some retrying, it's calling set timeout, and in the body of the timeout, it's calling connect. There's no condition after the timeout runs. There's nothing to stop the timeout running. And the problem with that is that a lot can happen in the amount of time it takes for a set timeout callback to run. So in this case, it's hard-coded as 5 seconds, which is a long time for users to be able to click around the page or just break shit. So what I said here was, if I find my thing. So a problem with having a condition before setting a timeout and not having one after setting a timeout is that things can change while we're waiting for the timeout to run. For instance, if I have some on-screen navigation like a home button at the top of the page, clicking that will cause this component to unmount. When that happens, our state won't have updated by the time this condition runs, so the sequence of events will be bot connects, user clicks away, condition runs, so it still thinks that we've joined at this point, so this check will pass. It thinks we need to retry, so it'll set the timeout. Only then, after the component has fully unmounted, will joined set to false. Then the set timeout callback will run, and it'll try to reconnect, even though we're not even on that page anymore. And I actually had that a proof of concept of that working. So I'll just build it locally and get the Etch-a-Sketch component up to make sure to verify that that is actually the case. So we're over here. Just going to refresh the page. So we're allowing pausing on breakpoints, and what I've done is in actually, yeah, I'll stick a debugger in here. Debugger and a debugger inside the body of the timeout. And I'll rebuild. Okay. So, proving that there is an issue with navigating away, not clearing the timeout. So once we've joined the session, if I've turned this little LocalBoast logo down here into a home page link, I probably won't keep that, but I just wanted that for proof of concept here. If I click that, we navigate away, the onClose callback runs because our connection is closed. But if I now look at minimized code, I love it. Connection closed. So I don't know why this isn't prettifying. I also don't know why I can't scroll horizontally. Okay, so or c.current. We can see that this is our value for, I don't know if we can see that at all. Zoom in. There you go. So c.current, we're checking if that's true. And that's as a reminder, that is our value for if joined. In this case, it's join.current because we've updated it to a ref. So we're checking if we've joined. Because that value hasn't updated yet, because we've navigated away through some external means, the component still thinks that this state value is true. So we're passing through that condition and we're getting to the point of setting a timeout. So that timeout gets set, 5 seconds go by, and then the callback runs. We're in here and it's about to call H, which is a minimized version of the connect IRC function. So even though we're no longer on the Etch-a-Sketch page, setting the timeout and not doing anything with it in terms of cancellation just means that that will keep trying to go. And we can see in the console down here, even though we've navigated away, I think we should have potentially even cleared the access token and the user name that we want to join as, because that's passed in through the closed over function call and we're recursively calling it. These things are going to keep being used, and now we have a bot that's connected even though we're not even on the page that does anything with the bot code. And to prove it, like I'm not on the Etch-a-Sketch page. This page does not have the Twitch chatbot stuff, but if I type a message into chat, we can see the console is showing it, test message, even though that code should not be running anymore. So this is a big problem with stray set timeout calls. And so what was my resolution here? So this can be fixed by persisting a reference to the timeout and cancelling it whenever the component unmounts or if joined becomes false. So it's a very simple solution. Basically, when we call set timeout, we get back an object with which we can cancel that timeout whenever we want. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to use our friend refs again. Const reconnect timeout ref equals use ref, and it's going to be of type. I'm going to see what the type is returned from set timeout. It's Node.js timeout. And I'm going to instantiate it to null. So there's our timeout ref. So now when we're calling the set timeout, I'm going to say connect timeout ref.current equals this. It's saying it's a read-only property because of some weird TypeScript conflict with refs. So here where I'm instantiating it, I think if I give it an optional value of null, that'll be fine because we're giving it a starting value of null. So now it can either be null or a timeout ref. Cool. So we're setting this ref.current value to be the result of calling set timeout. And now at any time before this timeout runs, we can cancel it from running. So what I'm going to do is in here, when the timeout actually runs, I'm going to set this back to null so that we can at any time check, do we have a value for this timeout? And if we do, then we know that the timeout hasn't finished running yet. So we've got that. And then all we have to do is, let's see, if I stick a use effect, and if I give it no dependencies, then that means that this will only run the first time a component mounts. And if what I do is I return a function, this function will only run when the component unmounts. So if I say if reconnect timeout ref.current, and if that's true, it means that we are unmounting the component, but we have a timeout, a reconnect timeout active. All we want to do is clear timeout, reconnect timeout ref.current. And this, I think, is all we need for this, that if the component unmounts, this return value, which is basically used as like an unsubscribe function, this will run and clear any timeout if it's active. So one thing that I do want to also consider is if the value for joined changes. I also probably want to clear this timeout if the user clicks cancel. So what I'm going to do is make this reusable. I'm going to say stop reconnect equals use callback, because I want this to be reusable logic in a few different places. So it's going to have no dependencies, and it's just going to do this logic. If we have a timeout active, clear it. So that's what this function, that's what this callback does. So now I'm going to stick that in here and return that from our use effect. So what that means is stop reconnect is only going to be defined once when the component first mounts, which means since that's the only dependency of this use effect will only run once when the component mounts, and it'll return this this unsubscribe function basically, which is our little way of stopping timeout. So we've got that going, and just for the sake of clarity, I might join these after the fact, but I'm gonna also do one specifically for if joined or joining never changes. So you're there, and what I think this one should do is allow the cancel to work. If we like click cancel, which takes us back, we unauthenticate, that should clear out the joined or the joining value, whichever one happens to be true at the time. So upon setting these, I'm just going to call stop reconnect again. And normally if this stop reconnect had the potential to like set a state value, I'd be extra careful about I'd put a wrapper around it to make sure that we're only calling it when we need to. But in this case, it's really fine. It's just saying it doesn't have the potential to cause a re-render. It's just clearing up some stale callbacks. So that's perfectly safe. And I'm just going to document that with a comment. When component unmounts, get rid of auto reconnect. Down here, when joined or joining changes, get rid of auto reconnect. I think that makes sense. I might be missing something that might be buggy, problematic, but I'm gonna test that. So yarn build, get that going. And I'll see if the same bug can be seen here now. So we run this. Need to clean that up. So we're running this. I'm actually going to refresh the page because I think there might be 2 instances of the bot running now because of the previous bug. I don't know why that's going off the page. That's annoying. But anyway, so we join the bot. We're in. And now if I navigate away, connection closed. And the timeout. Oh. Interesting. It still happened. Timeout still ran. I'm not sure why that is. So I guess what I need to do also. So I guess that means that the component is unmounting before the callback runs. I'm actually going to take these off because my noise cancelling just died. Ooh, and it sounds awful without them. So I'm going to go plug these in. Yeah, so I think I stand by having this use effect clear the timeout, but it doesn't actually seem to be solving the problem, because it seems that the use effect, I think, is running before. So this use effect that clears the timeout, where is it? This use effect that runs when the component unmounts is running before the disconnect callback runs, which means that it's only clearing the timeout before we've even set the timeout. And that I kind of was suspecting that was the case, because I thought that the use callback would have run as soon as you navigated away. So what I'm doing now is quite simply, I'm just going to set the joined state to false. So set joined false, set joining false, and for good measure, I'm going to update our joined ref to make sure that there's no one render issue, like that it doesn't run this effect and it takes an additional render for this effect to even occur. Because basically the way state works, you update state and then the next time the component renders, these hooks run. So my updating ref has the potential to be a render late. So what I'm going to do is update that to be false to make sure that it's always got the most up-to-date value. And I, again, need to put that into the dependencies array. So I think this should now make it so that the joined value is false anyway at the point of getting in here. But if for whatever reason we manage to navigate away and we do still have a timeout active, then and only then will our cancellation actually be beneficial. So let's see if this works. Okay, so that's built. There's a thing that I think it might just be to do with Vite. I need to look into it, but every time the code hot reloads and I refresh the page, it just freezes for about 2 seconds. And I don't know if it's something that I've done that I'm doing wrong, or if it's just like a weird Vite bug. But yeah, I need to look into that. So we're in here. We've got the bot joined. If I navigate away, connection closes. I probably should have put some console logs in there so I know what's going on. But yeah, okay. I think 5 seconds have passed and it's not retrying, because upon the component unmounting, we're clearing the state, we're setting it to false to make sure that the retry function doesn't think that we are retrying. Cool. So what I want to make sure now, did I get rid of the debuggers? I was still expecting it to hit debuggers. Yeah, I did. Interesting. If I stick these back in so that I can actually inspect it. I'll rebuild that again. So what I want to test now is the core path actually being attempted to fix here in the form of killing Wi-Fi, killing internet connection, kicking you out, and doing automatic retries. So what I'm going to do is kill my laptop Wi-Fi. Okay. My streaming PC is fine. That's why the connection is still holding strong. But my laptop Wi-Fi is now off. So any second now, it should notice that. Yep. Okay, so the connection is closed. And where are we? So our joined ref.current is true, which is correct because we're still on the page. We haven't navigated away. The component hasn't unmounted. So we're still in here. We should still be connected. And all these other conditions are true. So we're setting the timeout. We're reconnecting in 5 seconds. So that's still working. And we're still in here. And I think it makes sense for it to keep indefinitely retrying, especially if it's only like every 5 seconds. It's a pretty lightweight thing. We could potentially put a retry limit of like 50. I don't know, just to be that if you've fully lost connection for a few minutes, that it doesn't just keep trying for the rest of time. But I think that's a low worry in my mind anyway. So what I'm going to do now is, while it's paused, I'm going to turn my Wi-Fi back on and unpause it. And hopefully by the time timeout runs, I have reconnected. Reconnecting. Has it worked? I might have killed the timeout. No? Okay, we're back in. Okay, it was just a bit slow to reconnect. So that still works. And to test it, right, down, awesome. So even though the internet dropped, we got booted out, and then we tried to reconnect. Nice. I think it might be beneficial to put in a new state to say that we're retrying. That might be a good idea. Just so that the client knows to represent that. I might stick that in as well. Yeah, so I'll put that in for now. So where do I want to go with that? So over here, const retrying, set retrying equals use state false. So what I consider doing is returning the value of just, do we have a timeout active? Because if we do, then we know we're retrying. But the problem with that is that updating ref values doesn't trigger re-renders. So we might be giving incorrect values if we're returning a value from the hook dependent on the value of a ref. It's just inherently going to be out of date. So I am going to be using local state for this. So retrying is false. And so over here where we clear the timeout, I'm gonna set retrying to false. And what I might actually do, for the sake of not having to duplicate stuff all over the place, over here, no, I think it'd be needlessly complex. I was going to call the timeout clearer function inside here, but then I just have to add another dependency to the array, so I'm not going to play with that. But I will say set retrying false. And here where I'm doing the retry thing, I'm going to say set retrying true. And now all I need to do is return this, joining retrying true. Retrying's a bad name. Reconnecting. Set reconnecting. Cool. And make sure that that's passed up in whatever's calling it. So use Twitch chat bot is called here. So reconnecting. Chat reconnecting is reconnecting. And I probably need to pass that up yet another level because I've got like a whole chain of hooks calling other hooks. Use Twitch chat. It's here. Chat reconnecting. Chat reconnecting. Cool. So there, now I've passed all that stuff up, and any client will be able to see that we are attempting a reconnect. And I'll just quickly see if I can do something with that. Yeah, I'll just map it to the loading state if that's true. So yarn build, and I'll go over here at chat sketch, active step, authenticating or chat joining or chat reconnecting. I really need to work on the entire loading step down the line, but this is what we've got for now. It's saying the Twitch chat doesn't export that function. Oh, my build did not work. Reconnecting is declared, but its value is never read. Use Twitch chat bot. Oh. Reconnecting. Is there. Okay. So the build should work. Cool. So now this error goes away. Awesome. So now we've got reference to this. And if we are reconnecting, then we go to the loading step. I think this should just work. Ignore this React error. It's just a React error. And here's the 2-second page freeze. Twitch. I think it might be Firefox. Firefox seems really buggy. I don't know. But okay, so we're in. And what I'm going to do now is that whole process of killing my internet. So over here in a couple seconds, it should boot me out, but it should boot me to a loading screen rather than the connect page. Yep. Okay, so I'm on the loading screen and I could cancel if I wanted to. But it didn't work. Can't establish a connection. Oh, because it's weird. I don't know why. Is it going to keep retrying? Because it seems to have retried once and then given up. Did I break it? Seems like I broke it. So we set reconnecting to true. Try this, come over here, we set reconnecting to false. But this should also set connecting to true. Or joining to true. Yeah. I think I'm being dumb about something. I can't make you a smoothie, I'm sorry. I physically can't. I've got a bit of a headache though, so if you want to make me a smoothie... Well, don't make yourself move at all. Just sit right there drinking your tea and listen to me talk about code. She doesn't want to. Stop being mean to my hypothetical viewers. Okay. So I think something must be going on here where I'm stopping the reconnect. Over here. So when joined or joining changes, I'm stopping the reconnect. I'm just going to stick a debugger in here and see if this is being called. Console.log joined joining. Because there's not too much to figure out to this, but I don't want to walk away from it without it being fully done. Okay, so I'm going to kill my Wi-Fi. So we have no Wi-Fi now, and it should kick us out in a second. It does, and it's reconnecting. And it closed. Connection closed because it can't establish a connection. Oh, I get it. Okay, I see what's happening. It's over here when we start the connect, we're setting join to false and joining true. And so when we get to this point and then run in here, joined ref is false. So what we need is joining. We need an option of it being either joined or joining. Should I just get rid of... Actually, should I just get rid of this? Set join to false. I don't think we ever need to do that. At the point of calling connect, we should always be not joined. So I'm just going to get rid of that. And I think that should sort it. Or, you know what? Okay, I'll leave it in there because I think I like having the option that if we started a joining action, we should be willing to set joined to false. What I'm going to do here is say, or we're reconnecting. So set reconnecting to false. I don't know. Yeah, screw it. First idea is best idea. So we're going to make this an optional to thing. So if we're joined or we're joining and the WebSocket closes, then try reconnect. So now up here, just where I'm making the joined ref, I'm going to make a joining ref. Joining. And then pass that to our depth array, which again is not a problem. Joining. So this time it shouldn't disconnect us, because even though joined is set to false, joining is still true. So let's see. So we're in, and I'm killing Wi-Fi. Oh shit, I did not rebuild the app, so this is running old code. Ignore me. Okay. So we start. yeah, we're clearing the timeout unnecessarily, but that's fine. Connect, joining. Oh no. Did I really break it? Cancel. Start. Okay. Weird. I think just having the debugger in there made it go weird with the timings. Okay, but we're connected and I turn off Wi-Fi. So now we should start disconnecting. Yeah. Streaming from the streaming PC and turning off the Wi-Fi on my laptop. Magic. Okay, so we got kicked out, we're reconnecting, so we're at a loading screen. And it's continuing to try the reconnect, and we're still at the loading screen. Okay, that's good. Now if I turn my Wi-Fi back on, it's now reconnected, and we're back in. Awesome. And does the bot still work down? It does. I can still draw, but you can't actually see that because the window's too small. But yeah, the bot is still working. Awesome. Cool. So that is, we extended that out nicely. I think this is making a lot more sense. I think there was just one final change to make in terms of that pull request. And then I can walk away from the Etch-a-Sketch for a while, clear my head a bit. The one final change is just to make the API a bit nicer. So here it's just hard coding a timeout of 5 seconds, and it's not giving the option to not automatically retry. So I don't like either of those things, and I think they can be solved with the same thing, with the same solution of just having a prop, or rather in this case an argument that just allows you to specify a number or leave it undefined. And if it's undefined, then it's not going to do anything. The question is, do I want to give it a default value to have it automatically retry unless you specify null? I could do that. That'd probably be nicer. Yeah. Okay, so it's going into the connect IRC function. So retry timeout is going to be a number or null that defaults to default retry timeout. We'll call it reconnect. Default reconnect timeout. I'm going to set that to, we'll keep it at 5 seconds. Actually, let's go 3 seconds. And just for the sake of clarity, I'll call it MS. Default reconnect timeout MS. So it can either be a number or null. And down here, I'm going to say reconnect timeout. And it doesn't like it because it doesn't want the option to be a null value, which is fine because that means that up here we can just put another guard to say if reconnect timeout and that. So now it's not going to reconnect unless we've given, or unless it's got a value for that reconnect timeout and it's got a truthy value at that, which means that at this point we know that we've got a truthy value for it. So that's the final step for it. And just to test that out, where do I call use Twitch chatbot? Use Twitch chatbot messages. So we're calling connect at this point. Oh, I need to pass it through on the retry. That's what I need to do. Reconnect timeout. MS. Cool. So now if I pass that in as, if I specify null when I'm calling connect, where would that go? In here. If I specify null, just as a test, if I rebuild this, now it should not automatically reconnect. Okay, so I'm going to kill my Wi-Fi yet again. So we're over here. Now, once it disconnects, it should just stay disconnected. It won't put us to a loading screen. It'll put us to the connect screen. Yep, there we go. Cool. I do need to eventually look at putting error messages in there to explain why you got booted, but that's just for another day. So turning back on my Wi-Fi. I think this should be able to be specified at a higher level, probably. This connect, the timeout option. So we're calling join channel. Yeah, at this point, if here we specify reconnect timeout ms, pass that in there as a number or null. And where was that defined? In there. Probably it makes sense if this isn't being used here. Actually, we want each of these functions to be usable as standalone things. So I think this does make sense that the function that wraps this logic is inheriting the constants from the lower level definition. That's fine. So reconnect. So we're doing join channel is passed up here, Twitch chat bot messages, and is that just passed right on through? So join channel is just passed right on through. Awesome. So now a chat sketch should just get that for free. That the join channel, we can see the type has an optional reconnect timeout ms, which if we leave undefined will default to 3 milliseconds. And I'll yet again test that here. So we've got the option for the retry, but I'm not going to specify anything, and it should retry after 3 seconds. Turning off Wi-Fi. Okay, saying reconnecting in 5 seconds because that's still hard coded, but it is happening at every 3 second intervals. Cool. So I turn it back on. Once my Wi-Fi reconnects, reconnecting, and we're in. Awesome. I'm just going to get rid of that hard coded 5 second thing. Twitch chatbot seconds. Reconnecting in ms, what did I call it? Reconnect timeout ms seconds. There we go. And that's all there is to the automatic retries. So I'm going to commit this, and I'm going to just link it on the GitHub here for future reference. making sure that I'm not leaving in a debugger or console logs or anything. Good. Cool, that all looks good. Just tighten up chat retry logic. I'm going to push that. So now I've got that commit, tighten up chat retry logic. Cool. Andrew Doodoo. Here's my follow-up commit. With the changes I suggested above. Free to ask about anything I've done. And thanks again for contributing. Hey, Andrew. Just messaging you on GitHub. I see you just finished work, huh? Yeah, going good. So what I've done is I merged in your changes. I left a few comments about what I thought could have been improved, or just like follow-up changes that could be made. And I've linked you a commit that I've done where on top of what I merged from you, I just added in those small changes. Things like making the timeout number customizable through an argument. Things like having automatic cleanup, where if the component dismounts, it doesn't just leave that timeout running, that it'll like get rid of that. And also just a little bit of like minor bug fixing in terms of React tweaks, where just one I rambled for like the last hour or so about the nuances of these things. But so one thing that I've done is, where is it? Down here, instead of referencing joined inside of the callback, I'm doing it with a use ref. And I rambled for a good 20 minutes about how use refs work and why they're so useful. But yeah, have a look at that and feel free to ask any questions about what I've done. Just a little showcase of it. Yeah, so we've got it running in here. If I start the thing, and if I now kill my Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi on my laptop. Okay, yeah, you're grand. Enjoy. See you then. Cool. So we've got one of our things for the day done. And while after that, I am just going to quickly run to the bathroom. So be right back. And I'm back. So, to catch up, what we just worked on was going through a pull request from a viewer to improve, well, actually add and then improve upon retry logic within the Etch-a-Sketch component, which is actually, the logic was added to the core use Twitch chat bot logic, which is defined within the LocalBoast library. So it's not just relevant to Etch-a-Sketch, it's going to be relevant to anyone who ever wants to use that. So we've spent about way too long, about an hour or so. Oh, hello. Yeah, absolutely. While I try to pronounce your name, Sakura Idolon? Sakura Idolon. Yeah, feel free to ask a question. I got it eventually. Just needed like 3 tries. Yeah, in the last stream, there were a few people asking about engineering, someone looking for their, like, how to get into the industry, basically, advice for interviews, and even just following passions and knowing whether or not they were interested in it. So, and I think I rambled for ages. So I'm confused because I want to get into the engineering field, but there's no guidance on how to do this. I have 2 years until I graduate. I need advice. So, okay, so I need a bit of info from you. When you say 2 years until you graduate, are you already in university, or are you in like high school? You're in university. Okay, so like I'm assuming you're already right. Okay, so are you studying like an engineering degree, or are you considering like transitioning into engineering? Okay, so right, nice. Okay, so you're already way more hireable than all the thousands and thousands of people who don't have any sort of engineering degree or university background to back them up. So that's an added plus. So you've got 2 years until you graduate. I will say I don't stress it too much, because definitely when I was 2 years from graduating, I had no clue whatsoever what I was going to do. I was 9 months after graduating and had no idea what I was going to do. So, oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for following. Sorry. Yeah, first follower of the day. But yeah, so I'm assuming it's like a 3 or 4 year degree. Been at it probably not that long. You felt so stressed. Yeah, like I imagine it's easy to get washed up in other people getting like internships and knowing exactly what they want to do. 3 to 4. Okay, cool. Yeah, like when I was, so my degree was 4 years, computer science degree. I know when I was like in my second year, the biggest overachievers in the course were already lining up internships with Google and Microsoft. And I was sitting there going like, I know I like video games. I started doing computer science because I know I like video games. But even at that point, I hadn't really looked into like anything to do with a career. Like I definitely didn't want to go looking at internships or looking up industries and countries I want to work at. I was just happy to go along with the flow. You know, just try to get through university as like put your head down and try to just do well in that without having to think of all the years down the line. And like it was probably kind of naive of me not to have that much of a plan. And it might just be that I got really lucky that after graduating, I just happened to be in a country. Oh, hey, Andrew. Yeah, we're just talking to, I'm going to call you Sakura. Just about sort of, what is it? Worries about not knowing how and what to do in the industry. Yeah. Like for a person in university considering engineering and like getting into the industry. Yeah, like I can only speak to my experience. That's something I'm going to keep saying. Oh, that's actually your name. Cool. Nice. It's a really nice name. Damn. But yeah, I can only speak to my own experience of being just floating through university, not knowing what I was going to do after it, having a rough idea of some subjects I liked more than others, but again, not knowing what I was going to do after. And then at the point of actually graduating, my entire plan was just to work on mobile apps. because that's the one thing that I knew could potentially be lucrative. I didn't think I wanted a real job, and I knew I liked playing around with like visual games and little apps. So for the first like 6+ months after graduating, I was just on my couch playing around with personal stuff, and that didn't amount to anything. I got no money from that at all. I was working in Domino's as a pizza delivery driver for a week or so, thinking this can be how I can get money while I work as an indie game developer. And just being a delivery driver for Domino's made me realize, no, maybe I should Google software engineering jobs nearby. So I did that, and I saw, oh, there's a company down the road who's hiring. They're just looking for a web developer. I'm not a web developer, but I don't know, maybe they'll talk to me. I went in, and like they liked me enough to give me a job, and like basically every requirement I needed for that job in terms of like React and actual, like I didn't know anything about like Ruby, and part of the job was working with Ruby on Rails, and they were all just really accommodating. So again, it could just be a case that I was really lucky to land that job with no plan in mind, but I did sort of just fall into it. But I think you can definitely worry too much about having your 10-year plan laid out ahead of time and all your internships lined up. But just know that even me, well past graduating, had no plan and definitely landed on my feet. If you're 2 years away from graduating, I don't think you need to be worrying. Like I think right now what you should be doing is just paying attention to what parts of your course you like the most, whether it be like compiler construction or a particular type of programming or like web development, what interests you the most, and just maybe pursue that in your spare time. Maybe Google, if you want to stay in whatever country you're in or whatever town you're in, maybe just Google what are some jobs in that area. But don't even worry about reaching out to them for internships or anything yet, because I still think you're so far from graduating that you should just let yourself be a student for now. That's my thinking anyway. Yeah, I'm glad that's reassuring. Hopefully it's not bad advice. I don't know. Again, I might have just gotten really lucky. Maybe 9 out of 10 people who followed my path would have ended up just working at Domino's for the rest of their life. But I don't know. I think, yeah, just go along with the stuff that interests you. And if you need to get into the industry at any time, there are always jobs there. It's just a case of being passionate enough about the stuff you're applying for. But yeah. You were worried you'd be stuck with nothing. Yeah, like I think it's fair enough if you're worrying about that, like at the point of graduating, because then there's the obvious question of like, what do I do like next week once I'm no longer a student? Then at that point, like it's fair enough to really maybe try to get a plan in mind. But I think like your worry right now should be what extracurricular activities you should do. Should you join a sports team? Ooh, should you be spending more time hanging out with friends and less time studying? I think now, yeah, in my experience anyway, I don't think you should be worrying too much about job prospects, especially when you're in what is probably a pretty good engineering degree anyway. Yeah. Yeah, so feel free to ask other questions, but if not, so as to not just keep rambling on about the same thing, I'll move on to the next thing that I was going to plan for this stream. So I'll go over to my top-down camera. So back when nobody was watching, I made this brief list and I just killed everything. What did I do? I don't know. Okay. So I made this brief list for today. We've got pull request review. We got a pull request in from Andrew a few days ago, and I spent this morning going through it and punching up some parts to it, and I merged that in and got that working nicely. Really thank you so much for that, Andrew. So we'll cross that one off the list. Next thing up is use size. So this is something that will unblock a few different things. Come back to me. There we are. I'll talk about use size in a second. I see there's more messages coming in. You're aiming for bachelor, but right now you're going towards the degree diploma, I believe. That's what headphones they are. You know, silent keyboards I could get for my PC. So these are Bose QC35 Mark II. They're like the really popular ones that like everyone has. They don't normally have these gray earmuffs. Just want to make sure I've got that right. Bose QC35 Mark II. Yeah, just these black ones that everyone has. And the earpads, over the years I've had them, started failing, so I got some replacement gray earpads. So that's all they are. Silent keyboards, I have no idea. I've got the noisiest mechanical keyboards here. I got one keyboard with Cherry MX Blue switches, which I think are like, they're actually called clicky switches. In a world of keyboards being loud, I got one that's like known for being particularly loud. And my girlfriend hated that so much, she made me switch to basically the exact same model, but with slightly quieter key switches. So this is like a, what is this even? It's a Logitech, I think it's like the G5, this is the G413. And this is not very quiet, but I have a good bit of noise suppression and like noise gates on my mic to make sure that they are not that not that audible. MX Master is great for Logitech. Interesting. I didn't actually know that there was an MX Master keyboard. I used to have an MX Master mouse, and I loved that thing so much. Yeah, I had that before, and I had to replace it because like some of the rubber was peeling off, so I couldn't use the thumb switch, and I replaced it with this Logitech G502, and it's just not as good because yeah, the MX Master has both a thumb wheel, so you can do like horizontal scroll, and it's got like a thing where you can do the scroll wheel, but then if you scroll really hard, it'll start scrolling infinitely. And this doesn't have that. I missed that. But yeah, yeah, I've never heard of a MX Master keyboard. Let's see. Keyboard. Yeah, it's pretty cool. If we use the keyboard and mouse all together, it could switch to another PC seamlessly. Yeah, that's the thing. I had the original MX Master mouse, and I think it was the MX Master 2 allowed you to drag between two PCs, which is so cool. So I've never actually experienced that. Yeah, so I think, like, I don't know that much about keyboards. I think anything that's not a mechanical keyboard will inherently be a bit quieter. Something that's like, I think these are kind of like low profile, almost like probably like almost laptop feeling, like membrane switches. I think those tend to be quite just like you barely hear anything from them. Recommended mouse. So yeah, so the one I'm using, G502 Lightspeed, I think it's like the mouse that everyone has for like gaming. It's like a really popular gaming mouse because it's got some RGB lighting on it, and it's nice and light, and it looks pretty cool. But for practicality, the one I was talking about earlier, the MX Master, was my favorite. And I think every time I look at it, it's like even cheaper than it was previously. So yeah, it's still like quite a lot, probably, especially for a student. But like if this is anywhere near your budget, this is pretty great. Like I mentioned, they've got like horizontal scroll wheel, so especially if you're browsing documents, you can like just use your thumb to go left and right on the page, and it's just a really nice thing. I can't recommend anything more affordable than that, because literally for the past like 10 years I went from this MX Master mouse onto this G502 mouse, so I don't have much experience. But yeah, if you're just doing it for like university stuff, you probably can get away with even just the cheapest mouse. If you're not trying to get like really precise kills and headshots in your favorite video game, then yeah, I think you can get by with whatever. But yeah, cool. So what I next wanted to work on. Yeah, no problem at all, Sakura. So the next thing I wanted to work on. So for context, for the new viewers, oh, how do you donate to me? Well, you're the first one to ask, but so on my Twitch page, there's a donate button somewhere. LocalBoast about. So this button here, I think, allows for tipping to go through, in theory. Like I say, I've never tested it. No one's done it before, but thank you for even asking, drawing attention to it. So yeah, that should give a tip to my Stream Elements account, which in theory should make a little alert pop up on stream, which would just make my day. Cool. So yeah, we'll see if something comes through there. I'll send a donation before I go to sleep tonight. That's really sweet. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a really kind gesture, and if nothing else, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm really just overjoyed with the amount of attention I'm getting so far. Like on the streams, basically I only started streaming last week. I did 2 streams last week, and this is my second stream this week. And yeah, I think my first stream I got 1 follower. Second stream got another follower, like right at the end of the stream after like 3 hours of nothing. And then on Monday, out of nowhere, I got like 3 followers and even multiple people in chat talking. And that's again already happened today. So it's kind of ramping up like crazy. If we can say 2 people in chat is ramping up like crazy. But yeah, it makes me so happy. But yeah, right. So quick catch up for anyone new here. What LocalBoast is, I've got 2 GitHub repos for different things. One is a React library. So just Connor Keller /localboast. This is the main page. And this is a React library full of just cool little dumb helpers, little utilities that a lot of people might find useful. And that can just be installed at npmi localboast, yarn add localboast. And that can be useful in any React app. And it's very early days. It's got very minimal functionality right now, but for the most part on these streams, I'm going to be adding to this React app. And on the other hand, what I've got is a LocalBoast website, which is the one that I'm working on over here, that I'm putting an Etch-a-Sketch game into that chat can interact with. And I'm also doing dumb little things like this. Oh, you can't actually see that because it's buried behind chat. Putting in dumb little things like an animated logo. And one thing I want to that I looked at a bunch the previous day and that I'm going to be spending some time on today is this animated dark mode, light mode toggle. I basically want to completely overhaul my system for this. But so this is a case of like I'm building cool little functionality that's going to be in that core LocalBoast library. And then I'll have the website over here as a separate thing that basically demonstrates cool things you can do with it. And so the website is both a demo of the library, but also just my personal portfolio. And because despite being a web developer for like 5 or 6 years professionally, I had nothing publicly demonstratable of the things that I have built or can think of building. So that's kind of what this project is. So one of the things to be able to improve this light mode, dark mode toggle and also improve that Etch-a-Sketch thing, one of the things that I need to add to the library today is a new hook, a brand new hook from scratch that will allow me to detect a component resizing. So Sakura, I don't think you've actually seen me do any programming today. I don't know what your background is in terms of like JavaScript or React. If you have any idea of it, this will probably be way too dense if you have no experience with it, but I hope that I'm not too boring, that I explain myself a bit. Cool. Very excited to have you with us. Cool. So up here, hooks, index. Basically, I'm just going to go through the steps of adding in some new things to the library. So over here, I'm going to make a new folder. I'm going to call it use size. And the point of this hook is basically just going to give us a way to tap into elements in the DOM and see how big anything is at any given time. Yeah, you're not too familiar with React 2, Andrew. Get ready to get familiar. Because yeah, that's all we're going to be doing here. I found my niche and I'm sticking with it. I'm going to be a React developer till the day I die, even if everyone switches over to a new language, a new framework. So what am I doing? Const use size. So making that function, exporting that as default. These are just kind of going through the motions of laying out these things. So excuse me if I'm sounding a bit bored as I do it. And also as I do loads of typos. Export default from use size. So I'm exporting that from the hooks. Just familiar with Vue for front end. I've never used Vue and I really know nothing about it. Yeah, I only learned web development. Like I didn't even know like basic JavaScript or HTML before learning React. I had to learn React basically on the job for a project. And only after doing that for several years did I look at Angular. That again, I think anytime I looked at it, it just seemed basically like React, but more confusing. Like every comparison I could make was like, oh yeah, they're basically the same, except Angular needs all this extra weird stuff. And so I didn't like it. I'm sure there's a valid reason for it. But yeah, I literally know nothing about Vue. Okay, so in here, I think part of the basic work for this is already done because I have a component use truncate, which to give you an idea of what that is, over here, use truncate. So this is one of the first things I built into the library. Is it going to work? Oh, I think that app has actually stopped. Give me 1 second. Yarn storybook. Yeah, so as well as having the website as like one standalone app, in the LocalBoast repository, I've initialized it as a storybook app, which allows me that, like, even though it's just a bunch of little helpers, little utilities that doesn't necessarily have like an index point that you can run it as like an app, I've put a storybook initializer in there, which allows me to build these things, these individual pieces, like have a page to build them onto and also document them and give a bunch of different use cases for. Angular is so confusing for me too. Yeah, I just remember something like every element, like where in React you can just put some stuff on the page and like put it in JSX and you know it's React. I think in Angular you had to like prefix everything with like ng dot or something to make sure that it's an Angular component. And so it was just weird little choices to make it different from React, I think. But yeah, so I've got this truncate component, which is used to just make truncation a lot easier, that instead of having to pass in the custom classes required for truncation to work, it does that for you. But it also allows for things like middle truncation, or truncating from the start, which is one of the first things I built. This is one of the first things I built because at both of my previous jobs, this is something that a designer asked for at a certain point, and we had to just tell them, no, that doesn't exist. Truncating from the start or truncating from the end with an offset of a few characters, such as is what's happening here. Like, is that actually visible on screen? Yeah, like we had to just tell them, oh, that's not possible. Despite it clearly being a thing that a lot of people in the industry are asking for especially when it comes to things like having file names where you put like the date at the end, and so that's the only piece you care about. They wanted to be able to like still truncate but have certain parts of it protected. So yeah, this is one of the first things I built into the library, and I think as part of this it has some logic for detecting size, like, and resizing, because it needs to know if the container around it has gotten any bigger or smaller, so that like if it's on the page and then the page resizes, that it'll know that it needs to truncate more. So I'm going to see if I can steal some of the logic that I put in there to get that working. So let's go to the use truncate component. So yeah, it's doing create detect element resize here. So I think this has a load of like ad hoc resize logic built into it, and I'm going to need to get that and extract it into a reusable use size hook. So where is that happening? Create detect element resize. Okay, so I think just this resize observer, I'm going to do like a horrible job of explaining this because I don't even understand most of this because I built it like months ago. But I'm just going to keep grabbing stuff and keep pulling stuff out until the errors go away. So I'm taking all this out. And disconnect observer can just be passed in from the hook. We'll figure that out as it goes on. So this is our use size hook. And what will it do? It will return. So this is detecting the resize. So it still needs some logic for actually knowing what the dimensions are. So I'm going to persist that in state. So size and set size. Basically, I'm using state so that whenever I update the value, it triggers a re-render, which means that any component using this hook will see that the values have updated and it can update the UI. So it's going to be state, and I'm going to give it a custom type for size. So type size is going to be height number, width number. So the state value is going to be a state value of type, not that, of type size. And I'll let it initialize as null because we just don't have a value for it at the start. So, and it's, what we're also going to do is create a ref. So element ref, because the way that use size is going to work, it's going to, whoever calls it, it's going to return to them a reference to a HTML element. And then the component that calls it will attach that reference to an actual element. And that'll allow our ref here to perform calculations on some arbitrary element on the page. So this hook is going to create a use ref of type HTML element. Again, or null, because by default it will be null. So one of the things it's definitely going to return is element ref, so that the calling component can actually use it and attach it to an element. And it's going to return the size, definitely. Now we need to actually think about how this component should work. So one of the things here is this create detect element resize is something that I basically just I found elsewhere. Just someone else's open source, reusable, extendable library. They had this logic, what was it here, as like a handy way using a bunch of different HTML tricks and JavaScript tricks for recognizing all of the different ways that an element can resize, be it that the content changes or that the parent changes or the screen size changes, all those things that can cause an element in HTML to resize. It had all that funkiness in there. So part of this is just like a borrowed implementation, which is why some of this is seeming so not familiar to me. I meant to have music playing. It seems to just keep stopping. YouTube music is really buggy. Okay, is that playing? Oh, sorry, having audio issues. There we go. Cool. So we're over here. Got callback for disconnecting the observer. Makes sense. This use effect is designed to run once when the component initializes and then when it unmounts. So when you return a value from a use effect call, that function is what runs when the component unmounts or when the use effect has to run a second time, basically. So if any of these change, a new value will run. A new value of the use effect will run, and the previous return value will be called. So that's a way of like setting up subscriptions and then clearing out previous subscriptions. So I think basically what it's doing here is it's intending just that when the component unmounts, disconnect the observer. So what is on resize? Was that defined over here? Okay. Yeah, so I think all this stuff can be borrowed as well. Size observer. So I need to take this need recalculate function as well. Okay, on need recalculate is specific to the truncation piece, so I don't want that. Don't want to do this. Right. Yeah, apologies for how awkward this piece is seeming, because I am really just like refactoring and mutating an existing thing and shoehorning it in elsewhere. Feel free to ask questions if, like, I'm assuming what I'm doing does not make sense. So if you want me to explain myself at any point, feel free to. Okay, so disconnect observer. What is he even doing? Right. Yeah, okay, this is proving more awkward than I thought. So maybe I should be thinking about it from the ground up, which is what I'm doing over here. So we're setting up our state for size, we're setting up the element ref, we're creating the resize observer, got a function for disconnecting the observer. This is where it starts to get awkward. So what I'm going to do, just keep things nice and simple. Const get size equals use callback. What this is going to do is this just going to be a function that looks at our element ref, sees if it exists on the page, and gets us its size. So say if element ref dot current const what do we call this? Client width, client height. Actually, no. We want to do just width and height and get that from element ref dot current dot get bounding client oh my god, client rect. Does that make sense? Okay, yeah, they're just unused. So there's our height and width, which is actually the values that we need for size. So set size, height, and width. So there's our function that's just gonna anytime, well, firstly when the hook first runs, also whenever the ref changes. Actually, yeah, so that's the thing. We can't just pass in the ref. We need to pass a ref setter. So const on change ref equals use callback. And the reason for that is that when you update a ref value, it doesn't like trigger anything, and we can't put a ref value as a dependency of a use effect, which would be great because it would allow us to run something whenever a ref value changes. Refs are excluded from dependency updates, which means that whenever the component that's using this sticks a new, assigns a new value to our ref, the only way to do something at that time is to have the setting be done through a callback like this. So new L is a HTML element. And we're going to element ref dot current equals new L, and then we're going to call get size. So set ref is that. Got our size. So this way, why is it not like this? Okay, pass that in. So in theory, the component calling this will have an element on the page. They'll get a ref from it, and they'll call this set ref function, which will allow us to have a reference to the element and also call get size on it. So that should set up the initial value for it. Now we need to think about actually getting the resizer logic working. So resize observer is being created a single time because we need to give it a unique ID. And disconnect observer. I think we kind of need to split this logic out across the different places. So you're over here. Okay, that already existed over there. So in here, we don't care about text ref.current, do we? I don't think so. So I'm going to get rid of that. Going to get rid of that. Oh, I see what that was. Resize listened ref. I did something of like persisting a second reference to the ref to make sure that I always had an updated reference to the element that had the listener, because sometimes it went back and forth. Oh, wow. Thank you so much for the follow, Ink and Syntax. Yeah, pleasure to have you. I'm currently being a bit boring talking about my React library. But yeah, feel free to contribute in chat. Let me know if anything I'm doing doesn't make sense, or if just want me to explain myself. But yeah, basically I've got this hook, this component that I wrote in the past to be able, or sorry, a hook that I wrote in the past to be able to do this like truncation logic, where if the component resized, the hook would know that the element is resized and it would be able to run some logic. Basically, I want to extract that out into a reusable hook called use size, because that's going to be beneficial in a bunch of other ways. So right now I'm doing a bunch of refactoring and ripping apart ad hoc logic into some ad hoc logic and some reusable stuff. So I can't swear it's the most fun thing right now, but it'll unlock the most fun, interesting visuals. Yeah, pleasure to have you either way. Thank you so much for the follow. So what was it? Resize listened ref. Where did I set that up? Resize listened ref. Callback. Okay. So when I actually add the resize listener is when I set that up. Okay. So it's either ref.parent element. Okay. So I think that can be completely extracted. Yeah. To do add listener. That'll just be an error right now because that function doesn't exist. We can figure that out after. So where is this when we add the resize listener? What is the ref thing? So just refs in general. I guess assuming I'm just going to work on the assumption that you don't know much about, or let's say at all about React or React hooks and stuff. But basically a ref, with React components, they can be really difficult to store data across multiple renders. Is the way a component works. Let's see, what is a dumb component? Homepage. So the way React works is you basically just define a function of like, this is how the HTML should look at any time. And it should be like that. And each one of these, each time this function runs, it's like has the same info in scope every time. So if I were to define something, const test equals 1, that would exist on just that one render. That would be defined here, and when the render is done, it's gone. And so if you need to persist something across multiple renders, then you need to use different kinds of hooks, but they're all sort of built around the idea of a ref. And a ref is, as far as I'm aware, really simply just like a little persistent container. So it's just like an object. It's just an object that's got a single attribute called current. And that can be like of type any. And the whole point of using a ref is that, say in my component, I could say my ref equals use ref. And upon doing that, every single time this component renders, my ref will be the same object instance. And that allows us to persist any arbitrary data we want across multiple renders. And also, like, if we have a callback that when you click a button or whatever, it will, if you click a button or have some arbitrary callback, whatever, you'll be able to, sorry, I've kind of lost my train of thought. You'll be able to reference this ref, which is a fixed singular object that's always the same instance across the component's life cycle. But the thing that is changeable is the .current. And so that's just like a neat way of persisting data. Back in a time when React components were classes, which meant that you could actually have the entire component be a fixed reference through its whole life cycle. So, you know, you could be like, what is it? Class my component. Oh my God, it's been so long since I've written class components. Whatever the syntax is. If you had some callback is a function, you could persist data to this component by just saying this dot, oh my God, this dot sum data equals test. And by doing that, you'd just be sticking some arbitrary data, whatever you wanted, you'd just be associating that to the component instance. And it would be accessible throughout the component's entire lifecycle. And that's just not doable with React functional components, because with the function, it's a new instance every render. You can't just say this dot something equals test, because there is no this value when you're using like arrow functions. You can't access this. So a ref is really just a way to attach some arbitrary data that persists through a component's lifecycle to a function that in theory shouldn't have any persistence. So I feel like I've done a pretty good job of explaining refs there. I'm surprised. I think I'm ready for a job interview. Get rid of that. Don't save those changes. Cool. So we've got a function that calls when the ref changes. Cool. What was I playing around with? Resize, listened, ref. Right. So I want to grab that. You can see that I'm using refs all over the place to persist references to particular HTML elements. Nice, I get it. For global variables, can we use ref as well? Or is there another thing? So you can. So if by global variable, it kind of depends what you need to do with it, I guess. So if you sort of mean sort of like more the idea of like a local state, but that's accessible throughout an entire app, like if you want to know what page you're on, or like if the the side panel is open and you want multiple parts of the page to be able to access that, that's something where you'd use React context, which is sort of like a version of local state, but it's defined up at the top level of a component tree, and every component underneath can access it. There's also a bunch of cases where you might just want to persist something with just like you don't even need to mess around with React stuff, where you could just literally have a value that's accessible anywhere in the code base. So like in here, I could say something is test true, and like it's not a very good React system, but like in here I could hypothetically say something dot test is false, and then a different component would be able to read this value. So in that case, you wouldn't even need refs, because this is still just like a global thing that's accessible anywhere in the code base. Just like, you know, in any programming language, if you've defined something as being publicly accessible, other things can access it. So yeah, there's a case that you wouldn't need a ref, but the downside of that is that it's like a single instance defined for the entire code base, whereas with a ref, it's tied to a component instance. And when I say component instance, I mean that like here's, you know, 4 different truncation inputs defined on the same page. So each of them could be calling useRef and have a reference to a HTML element, but each of them has their own reference. They have their own thing. And yeah, so if you were using like this kind of global thing, they would all be accessing the same value. So I remember there is Redux to use global state, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't know what the best practice nowadays. Yeah, I've never actually worked with Redux. I know there's, from doing like job interviews, like interviewing other people recently, I know a lot of people are still very fond of Redux. I personally have never seen a reason to use it when React context is so good. So there isn't actually any context in the website or the LocalBoast library yet, because there hasn't been a need for it. But they're sort of built on same ideas. But before, what is it, React 16? Basically, when React went from being class-based to being entirely function-based with all these hooks, there was a completely different way of doing. Context, and it was like really not stable. Where like if you used it, your IDE would sort of tell you, React doesn't necessarily recommend you doing this. It's very bug prone. You really need to understand the nuances of what you're doing. So there was a way to use this context, which is like a shared store that all components could access, but it wasn't great. And so back then, I think that's why Redux became such a big thing, because it allowed you to basically have, you know, a top level app component, and it would specify that like, this is my store of data, and you would throw whatever data into it that you wanted, that you want your whole app to be able to access. Things, you know, what page we're on, is the side panel open, what color scheme are we using, you know, is it dark mode or light mode, that kind of thing. Things that you want the entire page to access, and you only want it stored in one place. So that's what Redux was meant to do, is you'd have that top level store, and then every component underneath that, you know, in the tree that spreads out, every component would be able to not only read that value, but potentially be able to set the value by, like, you know, it operated with dispatches, I think is their whole thing, is that at the top level you'd specify, like, you'd write a callback like user toggled dark mode, and then any component down the chain would be able to call this user toggle dark mode dispatch, and it would update the top level store, and it will trickle down all through it. And then when React switched over to the functional components and introduced hooks, what they also did was introduced a way better form of context. And this new form of context actually works, and it's actually really stable, and it's very similar to using Redux in that it's got that same idea of like to do React context. It's that same idea of at the topmost point, or wherever the highest point in the tree that you want the context to be accessible, you put a context provider and you give it a default value. And then at any point down the line, anything that's a descendant of that context provider can call itself a context consumer, and then it can just read that global state effectively, and also set that global state. And it's built into React as like a core feature now, that for the most part, as far as I'm aware anyway, for the most part, the modern React context that you get for free with the React library just does the same thing as Redux, but with a slightly different API. So that's why I've never seen the need to switch over to Redux, is that like I think it made a lot of sense back in the day when React context was terrible, but now it's basically does the same thing. So I think a lot of people use Redux just because of the nostalgia, or it's what they're used to, or there's like so many tutorials about how to use it, but it's a bit unnecessary these days. As far as I'm aware. Again, I have not professionally used Redux, so there could be a load of stuff to it that I'm just missing. So yeah, I wonder will I ever actually get this component written, because every time I look at it, I'm like, God, this code is dense. So that was test code that I did not want. Resize, listened ref. I was copying that over from here, wasn't I? Yep. So for anyone who's just joined, basically what I'm doing is just some lovely, fun refactoring and explaining React as I go. So I've got this use truncate component with some resize logic built into it, and I want to rip that resize logic out of it and make that a standalone use size function. So down here, we do still probably want this function, but it needs to be a bit redefined. I don't think that needs to be in here. I think that can be part of the resize hook. Yeah, anyone watching can ask questions about React or what the hell I'm doing, because if it's not been made clear, I love to ramble about this stuff. Is that the same function? Yeah, it is. On resize, do I want that? Is that a thing we have? On resize. This doesn't need to exist, I don't think. Right, okay, so it exists as just a fixed reference. So basically, furthering the discussion about what refs are, I think, as far as I'm aware, pretty much all React hooks are built using refs as a means of persisting a reference to things. So say with a use callback, the way this works, the way it's written, like it could just be an arrow function that I define in line. Hey, there's my onResize function that does a thing. But the problem with this is that every time this component renders, it's redefining this function. So if I were to pass this function somewhere else, every time the component renders, it would be seen as a new instance of this onResize function. So, and that can be problematic for just trying to optimize components to like only render if the thing changes. Or sometimes a component might be like, if any one of these 2 or 3 values change, call the resize function. But if the resize function itself changes, then every render we're going to be calling it, and it can be problematic like that. So that's why we'd have, I think, this use callback function, which basically exists as a means of defining a function that doesn't get reevaluated every render. So if we give it no values in the dependency, then this gets defined once. It gets defined when the component first mounts and never again. And it does that with a ref, I'm assuming, anyway, because that's deep within the actual React source code. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it would just be persisting this function reference that it got on the first render and sticking that into a ref. And then every render, it'll check to see if any of the dependencies have updated. And if not, just use that persisted ref value. And if one of the dependencies has changed, then it'll use the newly passed in one and update the ref with that. So yeah, that's why refs are so fundamental to React these days, because basically every part of React is built using refs. as far as I'm aware. Anyway. So in here, it actually had some dependencies, I think. Yeah, so it has this on need recalculate ref. Yep. So on need recalculate. I think this, I'm suffering from the fact that I should have named these better in the first place. Because need recalculate is specific to the truncation piece. So on resize, I can just call this, what will I call this? Need recalculate ref. What did you say? I cannot hear the person, my girlfriend talking to me, and she's speaking quieter every time she speaks. So I'm just gonna let her shout the thing at me, or okay, she's telling me to ignore her. Good. I swear I'm a good person. Yeah, so I think this ref is only being used in this callback, and so yeah, I don't need this. I do not need this callback, but I will keep the ref because that's going to be passed in here, I think. Oh, I'm really not sure. What is on resize? On resize. Oh my god. I like broke my hotkeys in VS Code, so I keep doing that where oh, now I can't remember what I meant to get rid of. If I like do Command F and then I do Control backspace, it doesn't backspace from my search bar. It backspaces on my code. So that's why I end up deleting a bunch of my code accidentally constantly. The second parameters of use callback is to tell React to reinstantiate the function depending on the refs we are passing it. Yes. Except for the word refs. So if I find a use callback, a cleaner one. So here, this get size. So in this case, get size is the result of a use callback, but this could be anything. This could be, a thing that we get passed in here. Say if we have an argument called, I don't know, start size. That could be something that we have in the dependencies array as well. So it could be something that React has given us. It could be just something that the user has typed in. It could be something that the function that's called this has passed in as an argument. It's just any arbitrary value. If for whatever reason we need this function to be re-evaluated upon this thing changing, then we need to put that thing into the dependencies array, because it's as simple as, I'm pretty sure at the point of this use callback running, React will say, okay, so we already have a definition for this function, but you've given us these two values. So we're going to say, did the previous get size equal the new get size? Yes. Okay, skip. Did the previous start size equal the new start size? And if it doesn't, then it'll say, okay, then we're going to throw out our cached version of this function and use the new one. Yeah, no problem. Hope that's making it clear. That, yeah, that this dependencies array is on pretty much all React hooks, because it's so fundamental, especially to, just specifying like what is important to cause this to reevaluate. Because with hooks, while they are magic and allow us to attach fixed things to a new function instance, there's then also the drawback of, okay, but what if we don't want it to be fixed? What if we want it to use new data? So that's why you need to then pass in this dependencies array to make that happen. So get rid of that and make you smaller. Okay. I think I'm overthinking this refactor, and I should just be thinking from the ground up of like, how do we trigger a resize? How do we trigger a resize? We create the resize observer, and then we need to add a listener. Where's the add listener function? I deleted it. Awesome. Let's look at the change. Let's look at the original value. Add listener, add resize listener. It's here. Okay. So what this is going to attach to is the parent of the element that we want to see the resize of, because that's the funkiness to the way this resize detection works. Resize detection that I said that I took from some other repo I found online, which I'm pretty sure I've documented, but I need to look into that. So we're going to attach that. And where will that happen? I guess that'll happen at the point of changing the ref. So we'll let it get the initial size, and then we'll add a resize listener. So we need to figure out what the resize listened ref is. Listened ref. And where is that being set? I think that I've also deleted that code, haven't I? Resize listened ref. It's being set down here. Okay, so just copy this line over where we're adding our listener. Okay, and resize listened ref. Basically the way that resizer works, the one that I've got for truncation. Oh no, have I broken it? That makes sense. Yeah, the way that it works is you've got your element on the page that you want to know the size of, and in order to know when that element is resized, the way that it does it is by attaching a listener to the parent and seeing does the parent resize, because that tells you how big the child can be. So that's why when we get a new value, when we get a new element passed in here, we grab the parent element of that new element. And if there isn't one, just use document body, because it must be a top level component that doesn't have, or a top level element that doesn't have anything, any parent. So here, oh, did I delete that? Okay, so we're attaching listener to the resize listened ref and on resize, and that does not exist. We can just say get size. Cool. What I'm actually going to do, I think part of the complication of adapting the use truncate hook is that use truncate doesn't just want to know the current size. It wants to tap into a resize and be able to call a callback. So apologies if you can hear blending. It'll hopefully only last a couple seconds. Hopefully I've got enough noise suppression on that can't be heard, but fingers crossed. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a single on resize callback that both calls get size to figure out on our end, update our own local state. And because get size is potentially changeable, we need to add that to our dependencies array, or else we'll keep getting this warning. So we're going to do that. And we're also going to add a callback function to our hook that allows the person calling it to tap into what happens when resizes happen. So we're going to add our options here. Options, and we'll make it optional. Use size options. Interface, use size options. And we'll give it on resize. And we'll also make this optional. And now we'll pass in size. New size being a size. And it can just return void, because we don't care what the calling function returns us. So there's our options. So in here, if we've got options.onResize, call it. On resize, and we'll give it a new value. So we'll make sure that we're returning the new size at this point. Return const new size equals width height. That'll be what we set and what we return from here. Otherwise we'll return null. So when we call getSize at this point, we can assume that we're getting returned the new size values, and we'll pass that up. So I'll just say if new size and options.onResize, and we'll call it and pass in the new size. So Andrew, if you're still watching at this point, this is where like I've deliberately walked into a pit stop that I called you out on the pull request, where I'm referencing this value options.onResize, which makes sense because it's accessible up here. So it is perfectly accessible within this function options.onResize. There's a function defined there and I want to call it. But I'm getting a warning down here because I've got the linter set up with React hooks, exhaustive depths. That linter rule is there to tell me that I'm doing something wrong. I'm doing something bug prone and I'm not using React hooks correctly. And what it's telling me is that I'm using this value options.onResize, but I'm not putting it in the dependencies array, which means that this function will only be defined for the first value that we get for this. And anytime that function updates this, and anytime that onResize function, we're given a new value for it, we're going to still be using that stale old value, which means that if onResize is like something that needs to be up to date, you know, referencing some new callbacks up at the top level or some things on the page that, you know, might not have existed when the component was first defined. Yeah, it's just problematic to be calling stale data, stale callbacks, or just like using stale data at all. So I would need to put this callback into our dependencies array. But what I mentioned in my comment on the pull request at that point was that while that would work, while putting this down here in the dependencies array, TypeScript gets a bit confusing with this. While this should work, it does mean that every time the onResize function is defined, this callback is going to get a new value. And the problem there being that you can't guarantee how someone's going to be using your API. So if someone outside of here is like const some component const use size, and they pass in a function onResize console.log do, oh my god, where's my, there we go, do something. People might reasonably expect to be able to do that and say, onResize, here's a function of something that I want you to do when you resize. But because this is an arrow function that's defined inline, every time this component renders, this arrow function will get a new value, which means onResize has a new value, which means that when we call useSize, options.onResize will have a new value every render, which means that every render, this component will get, or this function will get a new value, which means that we're losing any benefit of having it be a callback in the first place. So that's why, again, I'm going to use a ref to be awkward and kind of be a bit bold. So instead of referencing this directly as options.onResize, what I'm going to do is create a thing called options ref. And that's going to be a use updating ref call, and give that the value of options. So use updating ref is a custom hook that I have written. and it's just really, really basic. All it does is create a ref, and it updates the ref every render. So it creates a persistent reference to just a little container that we can store anything in, and then every single render, whatever value you've passed to the ref, it'll get stored in as .current will be equal to the value you've passed. And what that means is up here, we can say options ref equals use updating ref and pass it in options. And now we've got one of those immutable, never changing ref containers that we can reference anywhere throughout this component's lifestyle, and life cycle, and it'll always be the same ref instance. But the .current value, we can update that to be whatever we want, and we don't have the issue of the data being stale. So now, so that's options ref.current will always be the most up-to-date value for options, which means that in here, I can say options ref.current. I can use that instead of options. And now, I would have expected there to be an error. I think I'm getting a... Okay, yeah, that was giving me a compilation error. Okay, yeah. So that, doing this allows there to be a closure over this options ref, because that's a still single fixed instance. It doesn't matter that that's stale because it's the same value throughout the component's whole life cycle. But the current value will be checked at the point of the function running. And this one is changeable. And that just allows us to access anything we want within a fixed function instance. And I really like it. There's the slight drawback that because my hook is not in like the exceptions to this exhaustive depths linter rule, like React knows that refs don't need to be added to the dependencies array, but it doesn't know that my refs don't. So purely just to get rid of this warning, I have to add options ref in here. It functionally does nothing. All it does is all it does is get rid of the warning. And there's also a warning about the resize observer being called. Right, and resize observer, where is that? That's down here. Yeah. So we add that in here as well. So what you might notice with here is the dependencies array. It's got three things. We ourselves know that none of those three things will ever change. But React doesn't know that, and especially not the linter rule. I say we know they won't change because getSize is defined as a use callback with no dependencies, which means it'll get one instance when the component first mounts and then never again. And the resize observer is the result of a use memo call, which is another type of hook that allows us to figure out some value and memoize that depending on what dependencies are passed in. And so basically we give it a function that creates something. In this case, it creates an element resize instance of a class. And we've given it no dependencies, which means that it'll never change. So this resize observer is always going to be the same thing. And yet again, our options ref will always be the same thing. So despite us passing these in here, none of these are ever actually going to change. But purely because of having the linter rule in place, if we get rid of even a single one of them, it complains. So that's why I'm adding them in there, is just to get rid of the linter error. I could just silence the linter, I could put in like ESLint disable next or whatever, but that's problematic because if I'm genuinely forgetting something, then I'm missing the warning. Since getSize has no dependencies, can it be assigned as a use ref? GetSize, where is that? GetSize. Yeah, actually, that's something that I have seen suggested in, I think, the React docs, and I never think of doing it. But that is actually something that I really should start doing. Because, yeah, you can see up here in the use truncate component, where am I doing it? I think I've got somewhere in here where I'm defining a callback and then sticking the callback into a ref. but I could just do it in a ref directly. Oh yeah, so here it is. On need recalculate, I'm making it a use callback, and then I'm immediately making a ref of that callback. But I could just do what you're suggesting, where, so was it get size could just be use ref. That needs no dependencies because it's never going to change. And down here, I can call getSize.current, and I don't need to pass it in to here. Yeah. So that's something that I might start doing more of. Obviously, the one drawback is that because it's a ref, you have to call .current to get the most up-to-date value. So it makes calling it slightly uglier, but it does save having a dependency that's never going to change. So getSize.current. But yeah, good suggestion. And there's probably other places I could do that here as well. But I might look at overall refactor, maybe off stream. So where was I? So we've added a listener to the parent of the thing we want to know the size of, which gives us resize listener, and the get size. Cool. Glad that we're both helping each other out. Cool. And then we've got disconnect observer here, which is simply seeing, do we have a thing that we have something attached to, and do we have the observer instance? If so, we're removing the listener. We're removing the callback from the listener. Get size.current. Oh yeah, we don't want that to be get size. We want that to be on resize. That makes sense. Because on resize is this callback that calls get size and calls oh, I did this in the wrong place, didn't I? Yeah, options ref dot on resize I should have called over here. Yeah. So I'm going to call on resize at this point, which is intended to both get our new value for our own local state. Const new size equals that. Yep. And then call the passed in value. Yet again, my music just stopped. YouTube music is so weird. Okay. And options ref. Yeah, I'll stick that in. I could do another case of making this a ref instead, but we'll leave that for now. So this onResize function is going to call getSize, which sets our own local state and returns it here, which we're then going to pass up to the calling function if it is passed in an onResize callback. Then onResize is going to be called here. When the ref changes, we're going to call it to make sure we get the right initial value, and we're going to attach the listener there, and we no longer need this dependency. Cool. Okay, that seems like a nice clean API, I think. And then this use effect is just set to disconnect on mount. I don't think, yeah, we don't need these dependencies there. I don't know why they were in there in the first place, but basically I had it so that if any of these three dependencies changed, this function would run. But disconnect observer already has onResize and resize observer as dependencies. So that's completely needless, because if any of these change, disconnect observer is going to change. So yeah, that's nice and clean. And I feel like that might be it for the actual use size function. It might just now be a case of making use truncate work nicely after ripping its heart out. So add listener Yeah, I don't need to add the listener at this point because that will be happened. That will be done at the point of adding the ref. So over here, on resize, don't think I need that. Right, so here's our on resize callback. And ooh, okay, so we've already got a ref callback in place for use truncate. So we're going to need to make this work nicely with the use size on change ref callback. So I guess we're at the point of actually calling use size within use truncate. So I'm going to do that all the way up at the top. But does that actually make sense? Because we need, yeah, I'm going to do it down here because we need a reference to on resize when we're calling it. So we're going to say, what is the return value of use size? We've got a set ref and we've got size. Set ref, which I'm going to call set use size ref, just to make the naming a bit cleaner in here. And I'm going to call it size. Yeah, I could probably do with a cleaner name, but for now, I'll go with that. Use size, and then I'm going to give it an on resize value, which is defined here. Use size. So we've got a function for setting ref, and it's complaining because none of this is ever used. I don't think, yeah, we don't actually need that size value because this truncation component is not actually using, it doesn't care what its size is. It just wants to run the recalculation thing at the point of the element resizing. So we just want to tap in with on resize. So I think all it might need to do now is set the ref whenever this changes. So over here, yep, down here, I'm just going to say set use resize ref to ref. We don't care about disconnecting the observer, blah, blah, blah. Do we need any of this? We need set use size ref. And I think we might basically be done with the refactor. Just get rid of all these unused dependencies, or unused imports rather. And was there a bit of a cleanup in here? Yeah, I think there was a bit of cleanup steps there at the end that I got rid of there that I just need to copy over into my new on-change ref in here. So we just want to make sure that if the ref changes during the component's life cycle, that we disconnect that before creating the new one. So so if we already have a thing, that we've got a listener on, disconnect the observer and clear out that reference, and then do the setup steps. So what do we need in here? Disconnect observer. Disconnect observer, why does it not like that? Oh, because that's defined down here. It's simultaneously surprisingly hard to code on stream while you're explaining yourself, but also not as hard as it should be, which is very strange. So does this make sense? Do we even need element ref here? What is this? Element ref is the actual thing that we're getting the size of. Right. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So we're getting the size of the element, and we're only listening to resizing of the parent, triggering resizes to the element. I think that makes sense. We'll see. We will see, though. Cool. So there's use size. So let's see if the truncation component still works. Have I completely broken that? So they're getting their default values correct. I know I'm kind of covering it up. Will I switch cameras over? So these are all the existing component or hook use cases that I have been ripping apart. So this one, the most basic example, still works. This one is still working nicely. Cool, so it's recalculating every time the parent resizes. Okay, so they all seem to be working. And so that's the component wrapper and also the hook call use cases. Awesome. Yeah, to explain why I just had to try two different things there. Basically, I've got the actual core functionality of these things defined in hooks. So I've got use truncate as a hook and like use rotate and use move. These kind of things as like trying to make them as useful as possible just to ship that can be worked into any React component. So that's why they're defined as hooks. But then if you want them to be able to be quickly ported into just JSX, if you don't want to mess around with calling hooks and setting up callbacks and stuff, and you literally just want to be able to use the JSX structure, I made these just components that wrap calls to the hooks. So do I have the source code set up here? Yeah. So rather than having to mess around with like hook calls, I've made component versions of some of these where you can just stick a truncate component into your DOM and that will have the same effect as using the underlying hook. So that's why I had to check that I hadn't broken it in two different places. Cool. Okay, so that I think seems to be working. We've got a use size hook now. I will play around with adding storybook stories for use size off stream. I think that's all so messy to get working, storybook stuff. Figuring out how to get the docs automatically generating and whatnot. But yeah, pretty happy with that. So in terms of actually testing it within the website, will I test that out there? So what were the two things that I wanted it for? I want it in the Etch-a-Sketch component. So yeah, let's just quickly, I'm going to build it. I'm going to make sure that it's exported from the library, and I'm going to use it in the website and just see if it does the job over there. So it's already being exported from the use size directory, and I want to surface it from the hooks directory as well. So export default as use size from /use size. And I believe all hooks are already being exported. Yeah. So we should be able to now import use size from the top level of the app. So I'm going to rebuild, yarn build. Cool. So that should be accessible within my Etch-a-Sketch component. So as a reminder, what I'm trying to do with this use size stuff, there's a bunch of things, there's a few things already in mind that I need it for. So one of them being this dark mode, light mode overlay thing. Basically, I'm using an SVG cutout that expands over the page. But currently the SVG, as you can see, it's being like stretched horizontally. It's like a big old oval, and that's meant to just be a nice uniform circle. And the reason it's being stretched is because there's a uniform SVG that's being stretched to fill the whole page. And so I want the SVG to be able to specify exactly how big it is, the height and width. And the best way that I could think of doing that was to make a use size hook. So that way, hopefully anyway, the SVG won't stretch. It'll just work like that. So will I try to just use it in there actually? I'll just go ahead with that. I'm going to be ripping out most of that logic. Dark mode animation. But yeah, hopefully this part of it will remain. So yeah, this is what I'm doing, is I'm setting height and width over here. And the view box is uniform aspect ratio. And the problem with that is it's defining the SVG as like 1-to-1 and then stretching it. So what I want to see about doing is calling use size in here and specifying a view box that's the correct size. I'm going to leave the height and the width there as it is because I don't want to worry about missing individual pixels as the screen resizes. I'm just going to leave them filling the viewport, but I will update the view box. So let's just see if I can call size and set. I can't remember what I called it. Equals use size. Import that from LocalBoast. And what does this return? It returns set ref and size. So set ref. And down here, the overall, the SVG. What'll I do? I'll stick a div around it. That's what I'll do. Oop. Stick a div there. Style. Height to 100 VH. Width 100 VW. And then, so if I make this fill its parent, and to this I attach the ref. So ref equals, and this ref prop on HTML elements gives you just a callback that allows you access to the reference to the HTML element. So at this point, what ref is an actual HTML div element. So ref, and I'm going to say set ref to be ref. Also, yeah, I think on the first render, ref is null for some reason. I don't know why they did that. So what I'm going to say is ref and set ref, so that we only call set ref if we have an actual value. So we're going to set the ref. So whenever the page first loads, we get that overlaying div. We have a reference to it, and we're going to set the ref. And that'll hopefully give us a way to listen for the size of the thing. And I'm going to rename this the set size ref, because in JavaScript you can rename things to whatever you want. I'm just going to say set ref and rename it to. Oh. Is that not how that works? Set ref. I got that backwards. I'm doing that thing where it's like something that I've done a million times, and now that I'm thinking about it. Okay. I don't know how that's different from what I first typed. But yeah, so basically we're saying that a thing called set ref, we're destructuring that and renaming it to set size ref. Cool. And now we've got our size value, which I'm just going to stick in here as the view box. Doesn't like me using angular brackets or angular things, whatever you call them. So here I'm going to say size.width or 100, because on the first render size does not have a value. And then height is going to be size.height or 100. So yeah, this is completely untested, as we've seen. I have not checked that this new hook works at all. Maximum update depth. Oh no. So it's interesting. So use size is setting a state value multiple times. Where am I calling set size? So every time I call get size, I'm calling set size. Right. I shouldn't be calling this unless the new size has changed. So what I'm going to say is if new size dot height does not equal to, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to persist size as a ref. Size ref equals use updating ref of size, and that'll give us access to previous value for size. I'm gonna say up here, width is old width. I'm gonna destructure it before calling get size. Actually, no, I don't need to. What am I doing? If new size dot height does not equal to size ref dot current dot height, or the same for width, call set size. So basically, I think what was happening there was it was recheck. It was rendering. It was checking the size, and every time it checked the size, it would also set the size, and then that would cause it to re-render, which would always cause it to set the size. So even though the size hasn't been changing, it was just setting the same value over and over. And in React, whenever you call a set state function, it triggers a re-render. That's just a fundamental thing with React. Even if the thing hasn't changed, even if you're literally just setting it back to the same value, it inherently triggers a re-render. So that's why it was hitting like an infinite render, was that one render was resulting in another render. So that's why I've had to put a little guard around it. So hopefully that should fix it. I'll rebuild. Yarn build. Okay. Now when I reload. Okay. So it's not crashing anymore. That's good. But it still is stretching the SVG. Sorry, the dog is being a bit whiny. So it's still stretching the SVG. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to log the value for size to see if if my hook is broken or if my understanding of SVGs is broken. Console.log size. Uh, 1641 by 646. And now if I resize. Okay. So the use size hook seems to be working. When I resize the page, it updates it, like it re-renders, but note it only re-renders when the size changes. So I resize it and it triggers a re-render with the most up-to-date value. So I think it's doing what it is supposed to be doing. My understanding of SVGs is clearly just failing me. But that's good. That's a good thing. I'm happy that the library is working and that the website is broken rather than the other way around. I think I might need a bit of a break after that. I'm going to commit those code changes. So where are we? I don't know why I committed that. Index. Okay. Cool. Add use size hook. Yeah, that's it. Don't need to be too verbose. And I'll push that. Cool. So basically right now, I think I'm in need of a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break. And my dog is also crying incessantly, needing to be taken out. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to head off for 10-20 minutes, and when I get back I'll see how much more I'm willing to do. I might just play like Pokedoku when I get back or something, or if anyone has any questions. But yeah, hopefully I'll get some energy back, and yeah, see you in like 10-20 minutes. Maybe we can add a debounce option in case of performance, specifically for use size. Just thinking about that. Yeah, we could. Okay, so yeah, specifically, I imagine what you're talking about is how when I resized once as a single resize action, I got like 10 plus fires. So it would be good if it was able to recognize that like a single run has resulted, or what is it? Like we've detected a resize, but again, within the last 10th of a second, we've detected another resize. So we'll wait a little bit of a timeout. That would be good. That would be good to have in there. Again, I think we'd want it to be optional. Be passed in as like an argument in case you do want to see every little detail. But yeah, that's a good suggestion. Cool. Yeah, I might look at doing that when I get back. But yeah, either way, it depends how needy this dog is. But yep, hope to have some energy back and see you in like 10-20 minutes maybe. Bye. Apologies for the delay. I am back for at least the next half an hour. Probably call it after then, but yeah, if anyone's still watching, thank you very much. Just before the break, we had added a hook to the library that allowed for detection of resizing on any component. And thank you, Andrew, for calling Luna cute. She is, but I try not to make her ego too big. It's already too big as it is. Yeah, we were adding a use size hook that allows things to know that if they've changed size. So what were we calling it here? Use size and getting a reference. Hey, you're still here. Thank you for watching. Yeah, and we verified that it was still working, that it was working. It was just my implementation on the front end that was a bit broken. But what we were going to do is look at adding a debouncer, a debounce, as per Andrew's suggestion. Right. So one thing that I don't know if I've mentioned so far with the library, I've tried very hard so far, and I'm going to continue being stubborn about it, not having any dependencies. So say with this debounce function, there are a bunch of different implementations of debounce that I could get from any other libraries. Like there's Lodash debounce. I think Mantine probably has one, which is the library I'm using on the front on my website. So there's existing implementations of debounce that I could use, but I don't want to use someone else's implementation of these things, especially for these things that are somewhat interesting to me. I want to just have my own version of it, even just to say, hey, I built all this stuff. Isn't that cool? So to start, I'm not going to look to an existing implementation. I'm not going to import it from somewhere. I'm going to go off and define my own version of the debounce helper. So I've got already a helpers folder within the LocalBoast library. Helpers in here. So this is where I'm going to just add in a debounce function. Yeah. So from here, I'm gonna, what am I doing? Const debounce. So yeah, I have no idea how to implement it from scratch. I was having some thoughts as I was taking the dog out. I think it'll be kind of fun. I think I've implemented it once before for work, and it's pretty basic. I'm sure we'll find some difficulties as we go, but that's part of the joy of writing all this stuff from scratch, is just figuring out a thing that you might have used a million times. Like, how would you go about building it yourself? So export default debounce. So every implementation I've ever seen has basically the same API. It's just you call it as just a wrapper to any function definition. So you'd say like const my debounced function is debounce, and then you pass it in a function reference like that. Blah, blah, blah. So I'm just going to follow suit and have that same thing. So function, oh, what do I call it? Func to debounce. And I think TypeScript has a function type, but I feel like it doesn't like when you use that. Function, am I allowed to do that? Don't use function type. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It accepts any function-like value. Wonder what the recommendation is for that. TypeScript generic function type. Yeah, I guess I'll just do, that's what I normally do with function callbacks, is just define it like an arrow function. Then I think any function can work as that. So func to debounce will have that signature. And so what we're gonna do, oh, suddenly drawing a blank. But we want it to return the debounced function. Okay. And so our debounced function will be come on, Connor. Right, so I think debounce every time, it's not like any React stuff where we need to like persist references or anything. It's quite simply that you call it once and it works all this stuff out once. So I'm just going to define here debounced function is this, and what this is going to do. Wow, this is also clear in my mind a second ago. And now the dog is distracting me. Right, okay, so the core functionality we want is that when the function is called, we don't want to call the underlying function unless a certain amount of time has passed. Right, that's it. So within this debounced function, we are going to call set timeout func to debounce. At this point, I'm going to add in an options object, and this is going to be optional. Debounce options interface debounce options. I'll just call it MS because we're already in the context of debouncing. So MS will be an optional number type. That makes sense to me. And got to set up to some defaults. So const default debounce options. I'm insisting on using this mechanical keyboard even though I mistype every other word. Paid good money for it, so I'm going to use it. Default debounce options. MS. I'm going to leave it blank, actually. Well, I wonder what I want the default value to be. Yeah, I think by default I want it to be undefined. I want to fire the callback every time by default, but if we get a value, then we'll use it. Sorry, I did not get the dog's energy out the walk, apparently. So over here, we were marking this as optional, but I'll get rid of that and give it the default debounce options. Actually, you know, what I'm going to do is there's a system that I've been following with the other things as a means of merging deep optionals, where I'm going to do this. I'm going to say const merged options equals ... default options and then options. And the reason for this is so this entire options element, this entire options object is optional. So if this isn't passed in, we want a bunch of defaults. But if the user does pass it in and provides, say if there's other things, or if they provide an empty object, they're providing an options object, but they haven't provided a value for this inner part that's optional. So the way that I'm merging the defaults with user provided things is by creating this merged options object. So we'll get all of our defaults, and then some of those defaults might be overridden by user provided things. So that's why I'm going about it like that. So merged options, merged options dot ms is going to be the time on our set timeout. And so most basic example, the debounce function is called, which in turn will call set timeout on our function to debounce, and the timeout will be that much time. Nice and simple. But then if the function is called again, we want to cancel the previous one. So to do that, I'm going to persist a reference to our timeout over here. So const, actually no, let timeout reference. And timeout reference equals this. I'm going to give it a type just to be safe. So timeout reference is of type Node.js timeout. So over here, we're setting it. And what we want to do is when the function is called, if we've already got a timeout reference, and actually, before I forget, in here, as well as just calling the function that we want to debounce, I'm also going to clear this reference. Timeout reference equals null. So this needs to be nullable. If timeout reference, clear timeout, timeout reference. Okay. So I think that should be the basic implementation done. So when you call debounce, you give it a function, and it gives you back a function. And so when you call that function, it checks if you've got a call that's already been debounced that hasn't yet fired. If so, we clear that one and set up a new one. And set up a new one, we're saying the action has happened that we want to debounce. So let's just set a timeout for however many milliseconds. Actually, what was I saying? The debounce, we wanted to have a default value. Yeah, I can make it conditional down the line. But so MS, I'm going to give it a default of, I don't know, 200, 250 milliseconds. Pretty arbitrary, but let's just go with that. So there's our debounce, and I think that should work for the most basic. In the most basic case, we're debouncing it. When I was out on the walk, I did think that I wanted to add in like a maximum debounce, and this is probably where it's going to get a bit more awkward. But the idea there being that like, if you've debounced it to 250 milliseconds and you took the action constantly and just like never stopped, like say the thing you've debounced is a movement listener, like a reposition listener or something, and the thing's just animating constantly. In theory, the debounce would never actually fire because every single movement would cancel the timeout and it would just keep going indefinitely. So I was considering, should there be like a max debounce to be like, okay, still debounce, but like if it has not called the callback in like 5 full seconds, actually call it, you know? So I just want to quickly see about throwing that in there. Max debounce. I'm going to leave that undefined. So over here, what I'm going to do is say initial time. I'll instantiate that in a second. But so over here, if there is a timeout reference, sorry, I think my dog lost her ball. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, so if we have a timeout reference, then it means that we're already debouncing. But if we don't, then it means that we're starting a new sequence of debouncing. And what I want to do there is set initial time is date.now. Yeah, she's a very needy dog. I specifically took her out this morning before going on stream to really try to tire her out, and gave her all the attention she could ever possibly need right up until the stream. And now this is her. I don't know if I hope that you can or can't hear her snarling as she whips her toy around, but that's what we've got. Maybe if she doesn't stop, maybe I'll just pick her up on my lap and keep her here while we type. Getting the time is one of those things that like I can never perfectly remember the API for it, so I'll just have to go to the console. New date. dot now. Is that it? Date dot get time. Okay, so here's how we get some milliseconds. That is not what I meant to have copied. New date dot get time. Okay, so that's going to persist our the time that we started debouncing. And so what I'm going to do here is, if we are in the middle of debouncing, and what will I do? And initial if initial time actually, okay, const current time equals new date dot get time. So if current time minus initial time is greater than what we set the max as? Oh, it's up here. Max debounce. It's greater than max debounce. Merged options dot max debounce. I should make sure that that exists. That's what I should do. If max debounce, and we've been debouncing for longer than that, don't clear the timeout. It's kind of a naive implementation because it's not perfect where like it's not calling the function instantly. It's just sort of not clearing the timeout. It's sort of assuming that like it'll happen in a few milliseconds anyway. So I could definitely improve it, but I just kind of want to see if this works for now. So does this all make sense? That if we have a timeout reference and we're already past the max debouncing period, then we don't want to clear timeout. What do we want to do? I'm considering we just return, or I wonder, is there a way to directly call max debounce ms? Yeah, that's correct. That is a good point. If nothing else, it's consistent. Max debounce ms. I could just say max. I could just say max ms. With naming, I just second guess myself so much. We'll stick with max debounce ms. Yeah, so I want to see, with a set timeout, can you access the function inside of it? I don't think you can, because when you call const thing equals set timeout 50,000. Give me some time to look at this thing. Yeah, so thing is just a number. I wonder, is there an API for calling immediately? Immediately call set timeout callback. I guess I could persist it. I could persist the reference that we have debounced. That's what I'm going to do. Yes, that is what I'm going to do. Let oh, now the naming's going to get really awkward because I was going to call it debounced function. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to no longer have a thing called debounced function here, and I'm just going to return this. This is our return value. And what that'll do is allow me to call a thing debounced function. Is we'll type that. So every time we set timeout, I'm going to say debounced function is func to debounce. This is getting awkward, but I will explain myself. So debounce function is there. So that means that when we're in here, so we do still want to clear the timeout, that's fine. But if we've elapsed the max time, then I'll just call debounced function immediately and return, because we no longer need a new value because we're calling it immediately, so we don't need to debounce it any further. So we're clearing the reference, clear timeout. Cool. Oh, timeout reference at no point. Yeah, I'm not nullifying it here. Timeout reference equals null. Okay. So to talk through this and see if it makes any sense to me even. So the function we're returning, first thing we do is see if we have an existing timeout in the works. If so, what we do is we get the current time. That's the first thing. We clear the timeout so that the previous one doesn't run. We clear our reference so that we know that we don't have a lingering reference. If at this point we are already past the max debounce period, then we call the function that we have debounced and we just exit early. Otherwise, okay, so that's the one flow there. If we don't have a lingering reference, what we do is we set initial time so that we have established the time at which we have started debouncing, because that will allow us to do this check. And then down here, so at this point, we know that all we know is that we have not done this early exit. So down here, we know that we want to keep debouncing. So we're persisting a reference to the function that's being debounced so that we can call it immediately if we need to. And then we are just setting timeout, sticking a reference to that down so we can cancel it if we need to. And once that function runs, we clear our timeout reference and we call the function. I feel like this all makes sense. I feel like it's overly complex for what it is, but I feel like it makes sense. So let's test it. I will, first things first, let's export this so that it's usable elsewhere, because this probably will be very useful in a bunch of different things. Export default as debounce from /debounce. And then I think helpers are already exported at the top level. Yep. Cool. And then in use move. What I'll do here is say debounce ms is an optional number, and max debounce ms is an optional number. And I won't give it any default for those, because I think by default use move will just update every render, or it'll call back every time there is an update. So now the question of where do we actually put the debounce into? Oh, I am putting this in the wrong goddamn function. We don't want this in use move. We want this in use size, which is over here. Right. Okay, they're in use size options. So where is the thing? Where's the actual resize listener? I guess that's the point. Add resize listener on resize. So I could debounce this at this point, or I could make the entire on resize function debounced. I think I'm gonna debounce it here because it's less buried. It's like way clearer just looking at the component at a high level that this function is debounced, rather than have that be buried down here where we actually use it. Function whose dependencies are unknown, pass an inline function instead. Yeah, React is a bit annoying with that. Let's see. Hey, was wondering if we'd see you again, Sakura. Yeah, I think I'll probably only be on for another like 10-ish minutes or so, but I guess it depends how much fun I continue having with setting up this debounce. But yeah, I want to see. Let's just try the other approach. So if we stick it in here, and I debounce on resize, I think that'll probably work. And just the way to test it. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much. Getting my view count up, giving me a follower. Yeah, thank you so much. So this to show what was happening before that we were trying to fix. I'll resize my window a bit so you can see. Yeah, so the current issue that we're trying to overcome is that when the resize listener happens, it fires way more than we probably want to. So I resize like this, and we get hundreds of messages for every single pixel change. Saying maybe it should be arrow functions debounce. So where was that? So I was considering putting an arrow function in, where is it, on resize, have this be defined like that. So what was it, like debounce? I'm not sure why I decided not to do that. Does that make sense? Oh yeah, so this one can't work because this means that when someone calls on resize, what they'll be returned is a function rather than a function that then has to be called. So like I could do this and then call it, but I think that's just kind of working around React issues. I'm just going to see, does the one that I've gone with here work, of debouncing it at the point of attaching the listener? And if so, I might just leave it, but I think that's probably fine. So, right, so yeah, what I was showing, that the current implementation, a single resize of like drag event can result in like tens, hundreds of little updates that we might not want. So let's see with the new changes that I think should have resize working. I think I set up the defaults correct. So now, single drag, oh, it's really hard to tell. Let's see, if I quickly resize, that doesn't seem to be working. Maybe I made the window too small. Or maybe it's just completely broken because I built it from scratch instead of using a tried and tested implementation. Okay, so my dog's being very needy, so she's joining us. Okay, let's see if she knows what's wrong with the code. Do you? Any idea? I think I give it about 5 more seconds until she wriggles out of my arms here. Yeah, I might just have to stick a load of like console logs in to see why this isn't working. So where are we? Debounce. I guess one question is it working at all? Is the debounce happening at all? So let's see. Okay, I'm just going to stick a log down here, console.log, setting timeout, console.log, clearing timeout, and console.log, calling immediate. So what have I set up with the defaults here? Defaults milliseconds. So a quarter of a second for each debounce. That should be way more than enough for what I was testing there. I think because timeout reference is always null. Timeout reference. Am I not setting that anywhere? What is CMIIW? You've said that a couple times now. CMIIW. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, that's useful. I'm gonna start using that. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna be null because every time we're setting a timeout, we're sticking it in here, and we're only setting it to null. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, so it should be getting a value whenever we set the timeout, and we're only clearing it after the timeout runs, or when we're manually clearing the timeout. So I don't think that should be it. I feel like the defaults might not be working correctly. So if we, so in our tests, what's happening here? We're calling debounce and we're not giving it any options. And when we do that, it'll use entirely defaults, and the default milliseconds is 250. Okay. So that should, in theory, be working. So, I think I didn't build it correctly. That's what happened. I think it was working perfectly the whole time. Let's test it. Oh, okay. So it's clearing timeout and setting timeout. So I think, yeah, the debounce is happening. And now if I stop, it actually calls back. Awesome. So I think it was working, and I've just polluted it with console logs. The second time debounce is called, timeout reference is null. I don't think so, because when you say the second time debounce is called, yeah. So the idea here is that debounce as a function will only be called once. So where is it that we're actually calling it? Use size. Yeah, so this add resize listener isn't happening every render. It's nowhere near. It's happening a single time for the entire element that it's attached to. It's only being called a single time. So this debounce line should only be firing a single time. So that's why it's fine for it to be null on the first render, because we're looking at just a single instance of this debounce function. And yeah, and that's why it's able to pass around this timeout reference value and start it out as null. Cool. So if I get rid of all these dumb console logs that we didn't need all along, and I rebuild correctly, what we should see is nothing in the console until I stop moving. Nothing in the console, and then I stop, and it calls back and tells us the size. Awesome. We are getting like a double render. That's why it's showing twice. That could be a bunch of different things. Like I know React strict mode results in multiple renders sometimes, and it could just be a case of the size is updating. Actually, I think that's what's happening. The size is calling back, which is resulting in us setting the new size on our thing, I think. I don't know. I'm not too worried about it, but it's just something to be aware of. But yeah, so that's working correctly. We now have a debounce in there. What was wrong before when I first tested it is that I ran the wrong command. So I will drag over this terminal window, making sure there's nothing sensitive in there. Okay, here's what I've got going on the code side. So I've got LocalBoast as a repository for the utilities, the hooks and the components that are just sort of like shippable library pieces. So that's over here on the left panel. LocalBoast, basically yeah, so they exist there. And over here on the right, I've got localboast.com as a separate repository, a separate app. That's actually the thing that I'm doing most of this debugging through. So if I make a change to the library, and I want that change to be visible in the website code over here, I have to run yarn build. Oh, typo. I have to run yarn build, which causes this library to build and then move over, and then like it updates the dependency that I've got set up locally over here so that the website starts using the new code immediately. What I instead did was ran yarn dev, which is just the wrong command and is the way to locally debug this Vite app, which doesn't even exist. I think if I click into this, it's just a blank page because I don't even build through Vite over here. What I might do over here is yarn storybook, which is a way to work on the UI of the library without needing the website. So there's like a bunch of different commands. So yeah, there it is, like running storybook on the on the LocalBoast library opens up the UI for that over here. And so it's just simply a case of I ran the wrong command. I ran yarn dev, which did nothing. So we're all good. We have a debounce function now, and useSize is using it. It's passing them through. Right, what I didn't do is make it optional. I guess I'll quickly do that. So in useSize, where am I actually adding the debounce? So over here, what is it? I have debounce ms and max debounce ms. I'm not even using those values, am I? The dependency code is not updated yet before. Dependency code is not updated yet. Yeah, that's correct. So use size options. So I'm not even using these things that I created at all. So I need to start doing that. So options ref is how I'm going to reference them. So in here, I'm going to pass these options along. So ms is going to be optionsref.current.debounce ms. Max debounce ms is going to be .current.max debounce ms. And as I mentioned before, despite not technically needing to put refs into the dependencies array, because this is a result of my use updating ref, it doesn't work very nicely with the linter rule, so I still have to stick it in there. Cool. So now we're passing the options through, and what I finally need to do is make this actually optional. So I guess a simple way to do that is simply to say options ref.current current.debounce ms. If we have a value for that, do this. Otherwise, just use the direct function reference of on resize. And now my dog is really squirming on my lap. I don't know if it's been clear that she's been here this whole time, but she's a very uncomfortable dog. Not that she's uncomfortable to others, but she finds everything uncomfortable and squirms a lot to find comfort. Okay. I'm hitting save, even though I think this is buggy. Question, do I know anything about pen testing? Sorry. A little bit. I'm so inexperienced with it that I always need to remind myself of what it is. Pen testing is penetration testing, right? I knew basically nothing about it until recently enough. Okay, maybe you can help, and yes. Yeah, I knew basically nothing about it until my last job, where I was asked to be the guy in charge of penetration testing, despite having no experience with it, because we were getting like a third-party company to run penetration testing for us, and we had a bunch of vulnerabilities. So I had to punch up a bunch of security things that I didn't even know existed. More a moral thing. Okay, yeah. Feel free to shoot a question. I might do what I did at my last job and just desperately Google everything and ask our legal representative. May need help. I might have found an exploit and not a good one for a government website. What should I do? I don't want to say to government so people don't go looking for the exploit. I guess I can say it's a state of India. Is it a bad idea to reward seek from it? Ooh. I guess, like, I know very little about that, but what I would say is that there's like an established precedent of what to do. I'm wondering if getting rewards for this is at all an option. It will be very clear that that's an option that they are okay with. I don't think you want to like be going to a negotiation with these people and be like, yeah, I can, if you send me some money, I can sort this out for you. I think it should be like, if their government website has a page that's like, if you find an exploit, let us know and maybe we'll reward you. That's like the only case in which I would be seeking out a reward. Otherwise, again, I feel like you should be maybe just following the most easily accessible paths possible, as in like if Googling, just even like literally Googling the words how to report issue government website or something, if like that gives you anything, follow that. And if not, I might suggest just keeping it to yourself, because like while there might be a desire to like really get this information out there so they patch it, the worry is that if you go at all the wrong route and like, you know, post it at all publicly or even like privately to the wrong people, then you're letting a vulnerability out there. So yeah, I would say like if there is a way to report this, then hopefully it's very easily findable. And if there isn't one, just run away from the problem and hope you didn't find and wish or pretend you didn't find it, is what I would say. Nothing for me, but found a way to pull up applications and edit server side. Lol. Ooh. Yeah, I'll probably bounce. Yeah, that's fine. Hope you got some insights, and hope you don't get arrested for trying to rip off the government. Good luck. Yeah, that's a bit of fun. So what were we looking at before? Oh yeah, I was just making this conditional. Yeah, I think I was meant to stop streaming quite long ago, but I just get so wrapped up in this stuff. Oh, thanks again, man. Have a good day. You too. Oh, damn. Thank you for the follow. Hope to see you again. Thanks so much. Cool. My brain is so fried that this is clearly the most basic error here. I've just got some sort of syntax thing. On resize. This be... That's the debounce. If this exists, why is it complaining? Because I've got a comma in there that I don't want. Is that it? On resize. Did I just delete the thing? I did, didn't I? Oh my god. I think I need to walk away from the code. None of this is making sense to me. Left side of a comma operator is unused and has no side effects. Yes, that is correct. If we have this, oh my god, I think I must have just typed something really wrong before. I need to look at this anew. Go back to where it was. Okay, so this is the value we were passing in if we want to debounce it. Ah. Oh my god. Okay, so if we have a value for options ref dot current dot, oh my god, dot debounce ms, do this. Otherwise, on resize. I feel like this is exactly what I typed before, but it's fine with it this time. I'm not going to question what I did wrong before. I think that's fine. I'm going to walk away from it. End on a high note. Add debouncing plus use size. I need to verify that that's not breaking everything after. I wouldn't normally just implement something and run away, commit it to master and never test it out. It's just that it's at the end of the stream and I've done a lot of boring shit already so far. I'll test it. I'll test it another time. Yeah, I had some other stuff that I was considering doing after getting use size working, but yeah, I think I'm in a good place where I might call it. If anyone has any lingering questions they want to ask, either do so now or feel free to jump into my Discord server. Andrew, have I gotten your name wrong? It's Andrew, isn't it? He's thankfully he's joined in the Discord and is the only person to use it so far. I'll get the link to that right now. Make sure that I don't dox myself in the process. Invite people. I need to find somewhere to post this permanently. Home. I will get better at this down the line. There you go. There's my Discord. If anyone in chat wants to ask any other questions about just software engineering in general, or the library, or make any suggestions, or ask why the fuck I love refs so much, feel free to do so in the Discord. And I hope to see some of you again. Thank you so much for watching and giving me 4 hours of time that I do not deserve. Yeah. Have a good one. See you next time.